what resonates, disregard what does not. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like to read based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book me for a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. As well, tarot classes are available. Check out my website for more details. Let's dive into it. We're going to talk about delicate topics, Pisces. Let's get into it. Spirit guides say yes. Some of you are obviously dealing with a Gemini, a Leo. Gemini, I didn't do Gemini yet. It's interesting I'm saying Gemini. Okay, you see, some of you are obviously dealing with a Gemini. Some of you are dealing with a Libra, or Gemini could possibly be your South Node. There's a lot connected to the past that comes back in for you. It seems like this is past memories. It's a past person who could possibly be returning, especially if we're talking about love relationships. Some things you're calling into the universe, some things that you want. It seems like your vibration is shifting, or this is what spirit guides are talking to you about this point in time, is they want your vibration to shift. They want you to remember that the things that you're thinking about are going to set the tone for you this week, Pisces. Spirit guides want you to lean in. They want you to pay attention to the conversations that you're having with yourself. They want you to know that your subconscious listens to everything that you repeat. So whatever it is that you're saying to yourself, understand that thoughts become things, especially around this period of time. Especially the things that you're thinking about constantly. You guys are saying tune in. What words are you planting? Are you planting seeds of doubt? Or are you planting seeds of power? You guys are telling me, what is it that you want to grow? Because it seems like the portal is open for you this week, Pisces, with something that you want. Because Spirit is saying yes. You have the power to bring something in. In fact, it seems like there's a lot of recognition that might be coming in for you. People are definitely taking notice of something that you're doing, Pisces, in a very positive way. Things that you bring to the table. So there could definitely be some awards, some praise that's coming your way. Maybe this is coming off of a season in your life where things have just been kind of difficult. It seems like you've been against some adversity. This week, communication comes in heavy for you. This could be communication about a job, or this could be, for some of you, communication from someone that maybe you're deliberately not speaking to. It seems like maybe around this time you might be feeling a bit rejected. It looks like there could be some addictions in your situation. I think there's somebody that you're not talking to because you feel like the situation is full of drama, and I think you're over the drama, Pisces. But yeah, there's some sort of communication from possibly family members. I mentioned to you Gemini. It's a Capricorn that showed up on the scene. There's a Scorpio. Seems like maybe you're traveling, you're moving around a lot around this time, Pisces. There's a Leo that joined your reading. Definitely some reconciliations, possibly with a fire sign in Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Somebody's been giving you the runaround. There may have been conflict between you and this earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, or this Sagittarius, or this Cancerian that showed up on the scene. Maybe there's a friend that you haven't spoken with, a friend or a colleague. It definitely looks like you blocked someone. Maybe you've unfriended someone. Looks like you're kind of nervous. You're scared about someone. You might even be suspicious of someone who's in your energy, especially if this has something to do with someone's intention. Or this has something to do with people that are in your social circles, or someone that maybe, some associates that maybe your kids are hanging out with. If you don't have children, then maybe this is people that you care for. It just seems like there's something that's off about somebody that's in your energy, or somebody that's around someone that you love. Definitely looks like you're trying to work out a financial situation. You could possibly be getting in touch with someone, possibly about a financial, something regarding finances. Some of you maybe you're talking to the bank about your situation. Maybe you have a banking issue. Definitely, I see a legal issue that some of you are dealing with that you're kind of frustrated about. Oh, you're frustrated with somebody that has this full of self-centeredness and arrogance. This might be how you're viewing someone. I think this person might be curious about you. Someone might be desperate to get in touch with you. Pisces, it looks like somebody's frustrated about their situation. Or this is you. Maybe you're irritated about what you feel like you can't control this week. Yeah. That's what this is. You've had some adversity, which I think you're gonna triumph over. But I think you're just really in your head thinking about something this week. Somebody around you might not be feeling well. Somebody could possibly be feeling under the weather. It seems like you might be concerned about a money situation. Yeah, I was telling you, somebody might be coming to you for a favor. Somebody might be in a bind. Maybe they need your help with something, especially if this is something financial. But for some of you, maybe a friend of yours might be going through a love situation. Maybe they're fighting with their partner. Maybe they're looking to you for some emotional support. Maybe some advice about their situation and maybe how they should handle things. I think that there's an unfriendly atmosphere for some of you between you and a friend. Maybe there's a hostile attitude that maybe you're feeling towards someone or someone is feeling towards you. Definitely sense some frustration for whatever reason. And I think this week somebody might be coming in with some revenge. Or this is just you because of this adversity that maybe you feel is coming off of someone, okay, towards you. Maybe you want to get even with somebody. Maybe you do want somebody to receive their karma. Because I think, quite frankly, Pisces or cross watcher, you're over it when it comes to a situation where maybe you feel taken advantage of, or you feel like somebody's taking you out as a joke. So I think that you're disappointed about something this week. I think you are feeling down. I think you're feeling tired. I think you're feeling frustrated about something. Somebody passed. Pisces, maybe you might be grieving someone that passed away. You might be reminded of someone that passed away. You could possibly be going to what am I trying to say? Like the funeral home, not the funeral home. Somebody's gravesite. Maybe you're putting flowers, okay, in memory of somebody that passed away. Somebody that is near and dear to you might be coming up in your energy this week. You might be thinking about them. And maybe that's what this is, this grieving situation. It seems like you're grieving over someone that passed away. So there could definitely be a memory that takes you back in the day of somebody that you care about. And maybe this leads to you having a conversation with someone about how much you miss someone that passed. But I definitely feel like you're holding on to the memory of someone. I think you might be feeling particularly tired this week. And I think some situations in your life might feel like they're out of balance. So I think there's something that maybe you might need to handle this week, especially when it comes to court. There's some sort of balance that I think that you're concerned about with court. Maybe there's something that you owe as far as fines or whatever with the court situation. But for a majority of you, I feel like if you are going to court, there's a legal situation at hand. Maybe some of you might be going in front of the judge regarding something. Maybe some of you, somebody passed, and maybe this is why you're going to court. Maybe you're testifying against someone. Again, because I feel like you want revenge for something. You want justice for something that has played out. And I think you might be getting injustice. I think that you might be. Some of you could be traveling. Maybe you're traveling internationally. You possibly could be getting your passport. I think you've been going through something possibly since the month of November. And now that Aries season has arrived, it feels that maybe it's time for some new possibilities, some new paths in your life. So I think there's going to be some things in your mind that maybe you're mulling over. There's been a lot that may have happened in your life. Maybe some unseen things that may have happened in your life around the full moon, which which was just a few days ago, at least at the time that I'm filming this. This would have been a couple of days ago. You got some opportunities that are coming in. You got money that's coming in for you. I think that maybe there's some issues. If it's not that you're having conflict with someone, this could be conflict amongst family members or friends. Maybe you're not involved. Maybe you could possibly be witnessing these things happen. Maybe the conflict could also be at work. Now, if we're talking about something that's going on with work, trust and believe. Spirit wants me to go back to this. Somebody in your situation is going to receive their karma. There's somebody that's been working against you, possibly a Leo. You have the Sun card here. That's going to reap what they've sown. But your guys are telling you to defend yourself. So you could possibly be defending yourself in court. Definitely defending yourself when it comes to some sort of spiritual work. Because I promise you, for some of you, there's some of you, there is someone doing spiritual work against you or a family member. Maybe this is something that you've been suspecting. And here's your confirmation. Yeah, that's what's been going on. Yeah, somebody has their eye on you. Pisces. And yeah, somebody is down to manipulate a situation. But I think you got issue. Some of you are spiritualists. Maybe you're working with your deities. Eshu opens the things in your life that have been blocked. Eshu opens the roads. So in other words, someone has tried to block a path for you. Your spirit guides come in to remove things that have been blocked from you. Opportunities that have been blocked from you. The things that you've been worried about in the conclusion of this week. Spirit is saying you're worried about things. You're worried for absolutely no reason. Because it seems like something that was meant to work out for you is absolutely going to work out for you. And I think that any harm that someone was trying to cause to you or your loved ones, you're safe from this. You got some new opportunities that are coming through, as I mentioned to you. For some of you, this is coming in the form of job prospects. In the background of your situation, I do see some envy. I see some jealousy. But I definitely feel like this jealousy leads to someone's downfall. So it looks like maybe some negative energy that someone was sending to you, it doesn't land the way they thought it was going to. This isn't going to play out the way that somebody had expected, because again, your spirit guide, your spiritual team is on the scene. They say, yeah, we got your back, Pisces, or cross watcher. There's going to be some conversations that come up. And it seems like some of these conversations could possibly get a bit tense. Or there's a possibility for this to happen. It's not guaranteed. It's not necessarily what you say, it's how you say something. There's going to be a situation where you feel like you have to stand up for yourself. But it looks like you also might possibly decide that if this is a conversation that you want to have, and it's a conversation that you would like to be productive and not turn into an argument, you guys are saying you might want to choose your words carefully. Because it looks like tensions could possibly be rising in a particular situation. Because it looks like there's an attempted reconciliation. And with this reconciliation, it looks like maybe you have like a tense history with someone. And there might be some things that are brought up. Some things that you can't sweep under the rug. So it seems like it's the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. And I think that whatever this is, it seems like somebody might have some skeletons in the closet. Yeah. So I think somebody's secrets are coming out. This is somebody gossiping and airing out your dirty laundry. But like I said, this whole thing, this conversation that may need to be addressed, things could get heated. Things could possibly get a bit tense. So again, if this is something that's not worth the argument, or this is something that you want to settle, you might want to think about how you say something before you say it. Not to say that you got to coddle a grown person, but it does look like a little bit of thought with your words might go a long way. Because it does look like something might stir up your emotions. You have some money coming in, as I mentioned to you. Pisces. The month of June might be a very standout month for you. And yeah, there's a lot of strong emotions. Some of you might be questioning the motive of a friend, because Spirit is saying that you might have a friend that's a bit two-faced. And this person might be a fire sign or might have fire in their energy. Just as a random side note, I think that there's somebody that does want to approach you, Pisces or cross-watcher. I think somebody might be keeping silent about this. Maybe they're admiring you, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be that this is a love relationship. Somebody might admire you for whatever reason, but maybe they're deciding to keep it silent. Somebody has a drinking issue in your situation, Pisces. Somebody this week might feel like you're just being way too inflexible. You're being too firm about something. They might feel this way. I feel that there's an open door for you. Especially if there's one door that closes, another one is going to open for you. I think there could be an invitation. This could be to travel. This could be an invitation anywhere. It seems like you're stepping into a space where you feel embraced and valued. If that's not where you are currently, it seems like this is where Spirit is leading you, into a space like this. Or this is maybe someone wants to come and see you face to face. Maybe they want to come see you at your home. Maybe the vibe between you and this person has been unfriendly. And I think that somebody might be kind of walking on eggshells, maybe wanting to come and visit you, step foot in your home. But maybe they're not sure if they're welcome there. It's that sort of energy. A lot of gossip in your situation, okay? People want to know the tea about you, especially at work. So some of you, maybe there's been a job loss, or some of you could possibly be considering maybe leaving a job, maybe to go into something else. Maybe your job might be a bit of a toxic environment. Maybe this has something to do with management. So some of you, maybe it's time to start fresh. Your guides are definitely talking to you about your luck, which I feel is getting ready to change. As I mentioned to you before, it seems like maybe you feel like you've been a bit down on your luck. Now I think that things are getting ready to align for you. I think there might be some unexpected fortune that might come in for you. I think you've been going through some dark times, but I think that there's going to be some sudden blessings in your situation. I think there's just a lot that might be coming into your inbox. It seems like you're going to be flooded with a lot of information, or this is a lot of demand on you as far as work is concerned. Because I did say you're going to be receiving a lot of recognition. Expect an apology to Pisces, or this is you possibly feeling like, yeah, maybe you could possibly extend an apology to someone. Maybe if that's what fixes the situation, maybe you have issues with anxiety. Maybe your panic disorder is what I'm hearing. I don't know. It seems like you're panicking about something. There's a lot on your plate. You might be doing a lot of multitasking. Spirit, what is the advice for the Pisces nation? You guys are talking to you about forgiving yourself. Somebody's carrying around a lot of guilt and shame. Some of this guilt and shame may not have anything to do with you. It could be about somebody else's situation. It could be about somebody else's passing, whatever this is. Like survivor's remorse. Maybe somebody passed and I don't know. Wherever this guilt and shame comes from, maybe it's about maybe how you handle the past situation. This seems like this really stems off of maybe a parent-child situation. It might be a parent that's looking back at maybe their bond with a kid, and maybe they're having a hard time coming to terms with themselves about the fact that maybe they weren't there, or they didn't show up for you the way that they could have. I think somebody wishes that they could rewrite the story. But I think Spirit wants you to get to a place of acceptance. accept things for the way that accept things and people. It looks like you're accepting things for the way that they are, but I think that this is also you accepting people for who they are. Not to say that you're condoning any sort of wrongdoing, but I think that you're seeing the truth of maybe why someone is a certain way, rather than, you know, just kind of being so angry. It seems like you're trying to figure out why someone is the way that they are. And maybe now you see the truth of why and where it really stemmed from. Again, this person is still responsible for, you know, whatever wrongdoing. But, you know, I'm not saying that you're making excuses for people is what I'm saying. But it's like you see the truth of what a situation is. I think you're able, this gives you the ability to be able to move forward and move past the situation that has held you captive for a moment in time. Build your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you for watching, Pisces Nation. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Pisces Nation. Aries Nation. Aries, happy birthday, Aries Nation. Some of you are on the Pisces Aries cusp, or you have an Aries cross watcher. You might have Pisces and Aries placed. We're going to go over delicate topics. Aries, take in what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid jumping to any sort of conclusions based on a general reading. If you'd like a real energy, you can, of course, book me for a session on my website. My website happens to be Angelic Ascensions. Well, speaking of my name is Angela. And people end up calling me Angelica. It is Angela. Let's dive right in. Let's see what's playing out for you over the next 7 days. Maybe somebody needs to know your name, or somebody wants to know your name. Bottom is your energy. Okay? Let's see what this is about. You're coming across as very intelligent, Aries. People see you as book smart. People see you as somebody that is wise. You have the solution to problems. Like, you can easily find the solution to problems. This week, it seems like your spirit guides are talking to you about listening to your gut instincts. Maybe you have a very strong connection with animals. I think there could be a romantic connection that could be coming in. Somebody could be this. Maybe you're starting fresh. You're starting new when it comes to a relationship. Maybe this is you deciding that maybe you're going to be open to meeting someone, especially, I kind of want to say this is a rebound situation. I think that there's somebody that you are letting go, or is there somebody that maybe you're thinking about this week? Maybe you feel like you let somebody, like they're the one that got away type of energy. I think this person might be on your mind, but maybe that situation is just not something you feel like you can return to right now. So maybe you might be mustering up the confidence to maybe talk to some new people, maybe make some new acquaintances. You see you starting over from ground zero, starting from scratch. The spirit guides are telling you this is the week to definitely adapt to some change. There's some progress that I think that you're trying to make towards some things, and your spirit guides are saying you're going to make that progress, but they want it to be a gradual thing. You go to Scorpio, this heavily in your energy. I'm trying to see if that made any sense. They want want this to be a gradual thing, your progress. Yeah, they want you to go slow with something. There's a process to something that you're working on, or something that you want. Maybe you want immediate results of something. Aries or cross watch, or Aries. So that would make sense. But spirit guides are telling you, especially with some sort of goal that you have, your guides are wanting you to know that maybe it's time to take things a little bit slower. There could be some conflicts that maybe you're having with someone. Maybe there's an opposing opinion that you might be having with someone. I see in the background of your situation some drama. And then maybe right now you feel like you're just not up to it. But at the same time, you might feel like there's a situation that may come up where you might feel like you do need to stand up for yourself. I think you might be surrounded by some very ambitious individuals, or this is you. Your ambition definitely comes through this week. But yeah, I think you're staying away from dramatic situations, drama-filled individuals, messy people. It looks like you're trying to get your money up, Aries. It seems like this is your main focus, is that. But who's also in your energy is this fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Well, this could be you. You could possibly be showing up in somebody's energy, or there's just somebody that you're heavily thinking of. Maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a former friend, a confidant, whatever. Maybe there's somebody you want to talk to. Maybe you might see this person while you're out. Maybe you might see them on your feed. There's a Leo dancing. Maybe you feel like you, random side note, maybe you feel like you're an awkward dancer, Aries. Or maybe you might see someone kind of dancing kind of weird. Maybe you might get a little chuckle out of it. There is an air sign that's in your energy. And Aries, oh, no, you're the Aries. Okay, maybe you're dealing with another Aries, but Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. Oh, no, this would be very likely a Libra. The opposite. Like in North and South Node. Aries, no, your opposite is Libra. Maybe you have an Aries North Node, a Libra South Node. I'm not sure what this is. Or you're opposite from someone. You're a Libra. Maybe you are a Libra sun, and there your cross watcher is an Aries. Who did I just read for Pisces? Somebody passed away? Maybe a friend of yours might be attending. I don't know. Maybe you live near a cemetery. I'm not sure what this is. Maybe going back to your old stomping grounds. Maybe there's someone. Hey, Daniel 2 and E2N5V. Sagittarius popped on the scene. Here you are, Aries. Somebody might feel like you like to drink. Maybe you're going to the bar. Maybe you're drinking alone. Somebody smokes and drinks, by the way. Random side note. You're blocking somebody. If nobody passed away, then this seems like you're... Oh, somebody did pass. It's Virgo. Somebody passed away. Somebody did. Did your mom pass? Somebody's grandmother? Okay, I don't know. Somebody that passed away is definitely in your energy. You're thinking about them. You might be going down memory lane. Maybe this is somebody that gave you a lot of good advice in your life, and maybe you're thinking back on that. This is not that somebody passed away. It feels like somebody is taking a breakup really hard. Like it's really difficult for somebody to let something go. Let you go. Because I was telling you, somebody feels like they made a wrong decision by letting you go, and they view you as the one that got away. It just seems like the vibe, the love that maybe you once had for this person isn't there. Or they don't see it in your eyes anymore. They feel like you blocked them, or you don't want to talk to them. You're not giving them the time of day, and they're feeling a bit frustrated about this. I think somebody might still want a future with you. They want you in their future, but they feel like you're going to turn them down. They may want to come back into your life, or this is a parent that may want to come back in the life of a child, but maybe they feel like this child, like it's too little too late. Like maybe somebody feels like they showed up to a child's life a bit too late. It does look like maybe there's an issue with change. So maybe somebody doesn't want to change. They want to continue being who they are, but who they are might be destructive. At least that's how somebody might see the situation, Aries or cross watcher. So I think there's someone that wants to speak to you. I feel like there's a possibility for some of you that this person may come forward, or that they've attempted to come forward, but they feel like you blocked them. And maybe this week, this is what they're figuring out, that, yeah, you blocked them. And so this is why they're grieving the situation so badly. because it looks like somebody would like to talk to you, especially if somebody is going through some chaos in their life or they recently lost somebody and they feel like you're the one that would be their shoulder to cry on. You're the one that would give them that advice, uplift them in some sort of way. And they feel like now it's just, that's not that same energy that they can access from you any longer. Random side note, somebody's name is Jonathan. Johnny. I don't know. Whatever was hidden from you is definitely being concealed. If this is about secrets, they're being exposed. If this is about how to go about something that you feel confused about, it's being revealed to you. The way to do something is being revealed to you. Especially if this is a financial situation. It seems like your financial situation seems a bit rocky. It seems like it's a bit uncertain. Somebody named Rocky. Somebody could be coming in to play peacemaker in your situation, or this is you, or a cross watcher. Patience is going to go a long way this week. There's a lot going on in the media, or some of you that you're doing a lot on social media. Maybe this is something that you do professionally, or you have an aspiration to showcase a particular talent. Maybe in the media, maybe some of you, I don't know, you're performers. You do some sort of public speaking. There's a move coming up for some of you. Or this is a sale of a home for some of you. Yep, something's going on with your money. Money's a little bit slow this week, or it has been. Concerned about debt is what this is. You might even be concerned about a child's education or your own. Some of you are in school. Maybe it's beneficial to speak to a child's teacher. Something's going on with your money. I'm trying to figure this out. Did you lose a job? Maybe somebody else did. Maybe if you didn't, somebody else might be. Seems like there's something that maybe you want to apply for. Maybe it's credit. Maybe it's a job. Maybe you're working to repair your credit, so maybe you can purchase a house or you can rent a place. And I think that maybe, yeah, some of you, maybe that you are out of a job. And maybe that's why you're really so focused on your finances. There's something that you're concerned about paying, okay? Or there's something that maybe you need to provide. You're concerned about providing something for your family. It feels like it's stability. And maybe there's an issue here with your landlord. Maybe there's something you need to resolve. Did I say this? I already said it for Pisces. There's some sort of financial matter that maybe you're taking care of. Maybe this is you going to the bank. Whatever this is, it feels like Spirit comes in to make some sort of provision for you. Or this is someone who wasn't stepping up in the life of a child, and maybe they decided they are going to maybe turn over a new leaf. Maybe there's someone that's providing for a child. Maybe this is child support. Maybe this is where some money comes in. You might be receiving some funds. Some money comes to your hands is what I'm trying to say, Aries. This may be someone that, again, steps up. Maybe we talked about something going on with a child academically. Maybe someone may benefit from tutoring or some sort of mentorship. You could possibly be getting some mentorship for a child. So it could be an elder sibling that could be showing up, or a family member. Yeah. If you didn't know what direction to go in when it comes to something, maybe you don't know what direction to go in when it comes to a child. Maybe how to give them guidance or whatever. Whatever the case is, it seems like Spirit is leading you in the right direction, because it does look like you're hunting for something. So you're dealing with the Sagittarius. Maybe you're job hunting, maybe you're house hunting. It definitely feels like you're house hunting, or somebody around you is. Job offer comes through. There might be a loan approval that might come through. Or this is someone maybe asking you for a loan. You could possibly be a blessing to someone by providing a loan for someone, doing them a favor. But yeah, I feel like your job search is going to be fruitful. I feel like you're coming across your life purpose. And I think whatever this is with this financial setback, you're going to figure it out. And while you're figuring it out, your guides are coming in to let you know that they're going to provide for you during a time of uncertainty. They're telling you that your job in this situation is to embrace the unknown. And maybe that's been something that you've been struggling with. When you're facing a situation where you're not sure how something is going to work out, you panic. And maybe that's a habit for you. Spirit guides are saying there's some things that maybe you might realize need to change. And maybe you're panicking in situations where spirit guides are saying that's not going to be useful for you to panic and have this scattered thinking. They want you to calm down and think through a situation. It seems like your emotions might be kind of all over the place. You're having a lot of mood swings. It seems like there's a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders. So you got that. I think there's a decision that might be reconsidered. Either you're reconsidering a decision or someone else might be. Somebody might want you to reconsider something. Someone from your past definitely pops up again. And it seems like somebody might need some help. Maybe you feel like you're constantly coming to the rescue for someone. Or this is what someone doesn't want. They don't want to feel like they're constantly in a situation and having to ask for help. Some of you might be working from home, or you could definitely be finding a work from home type of opportunity. Maybe some of you're wanting to go into business for yourself, and maybe you might be looking into that. Yeah. The father figure for some of you. Spirit says, yeah, this has something to do with the father figure. I mentioned too, there's some parental guilt, yeah. And this may be where someone turns over a new leaf and decides to be there in the life of a child. Something that maybe you wanted to do previously, that might be the situation where you're going back to reconsider something, because maybe for a minute you were feeling a little bit frustrated, and now it seems like you're reconsidering something. I think that maybe there is something that you're needing to accomplish, and maybe this is a group effort. Something might require you to have a group effort. Did I do Leo yet? Not tonight, but I did do Leo individually. That's another story. I had to upload Leo at least 5-6 times. It's another story for another day. But no, I haven't done Leo in the all signs yet. The order should be scrolling across the screen if you're curious about the order that I'm going in. But yeah, somebody in your situation has addictions. That's somebody that might be addicted to drama. Did I say that? That somebody might have a drinking issue? Maybe you're concerned about somebody's drinking. Somebody could possibly be drinking heavily. You might be noticing a red flag about someone's mental health this week, Aries or cross watcher. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Aries Nation. Somebody's name might be Grace, by the way. The advice for the Aries Nation for the next 7 days, Spirit guys. What is the advice? Just a lot of what if scenarios are going through your head. It's like you're looking back, you're trying to figure some things out in your situation. You're like, wow, is life punishing me? It seems like it's that type of energy. I don't know what has you in this headspace, Aries, or somebody else in your energy. Maybe this has something to do with a delayed opportunity. Or this is due to the fact that maybe some doors that you wanted to open in your life have kind of been unavailable. Some things that maybe you wanted. Maybe something that is a bit delayed in your life is not there to punish you, instead of prepare you. Especially if we're talking about a delayed opportunity. Maybe a delayed opportunity might be giving you a chance to get some things together or develop another skill or whatever. Some things that maybe you feel like are not happening for you. Again, it seems like spirit guides are saying, no, there's a reason for it. There's a genuinely good reason. It just seems like you don't see that. You don't see what that reason is right now. Maybe you soon will. But I definitely see some success coming in for you. And I think that For some of you, you might be getting in your own way. So there might be something here to do with self-limiting beliefs. The ones that maybe you could possibly be imposing on yourself or on your own situation in some way. Your guides are telling you there's some outdated beliefs that you might be entertaining. And your guides are saying they want you to break free of this. They're calling you out of that energy so that you can unlock your true potential. So I think that's what's taking place this week. Like you're feeling like things are too late, or you're doubting that you're good enough. It just seems like you're in a pessimistic mood, and spirit guides are telling you to break out of that energy. And I think there's just some what if scenarios, hypothetical situations, things that may absolutely not even happen that you're worried about. And your guides are saying, calm down, Pisces. Everything is going to be okay. Things are going to fall in order. But it seems like for a minute you feel stuck. But spirit guides are telling you there is a solution. There might be a part 2. I might go through the whole zodiac. It just depends on how this goes. All right, Aries Nations concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week, Aries Nation, and birthday season. Peace out. Thank you for watching. This is a general reading. This means not everything mentioned here is going to be a direct match with what might be happening in your situation. Listen to what genuinely resonates, disregard the rest, but still listen to this with enough of an open mind to understand that not everything happens at the exact same time for everyone. So it may be necessary to give the events of the reading a chance to play out for things to kind of make sense. Some of the things that might be playing out in the reading may not be happening with you directly, but you could be the observer of certain things. Point is, listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions. If you like a read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personal readings. Book on my website. You can find more details at AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. I'm also offering beginner and intermediate tarot classes. The details can be found on my website. The class begins in a few weeks. But you might want to secure your spot now. Let's get into it. Oh, let me also let you know that I'm having a sale going on. This is going to be a spring sale on 30-minute phone readings. These are not for same-day readings. So again, my detail will give you some, my website will give you some details. You can find the description. You can find the information in the description below. We're going to go over delicate topics. Aquarius, consider this a trigger warning because we're going to talk about things that are going to be kind of a sensitive nature. Let's get into it. See what might be playing out for you over the next 7 days. The Taurus that's in your energy. You had a Gemini, a Sagittarius, and Aries that's in your energy. You got a fresh start that's coming in, Aquarius or Crosswatcher. It just seems like that might be a little bit delayed. There might be some fears that maybe you're entertaining in your head around this period of time. Your guides are telling you to cast your fears aside. There's something that maybe you might have to do anyway in spite of your fears. You might be around like-minded people or spiritual-minded people. It seems like you're asking the divine for help. You're asking your spirit guides for help. Spirit's definitely putting some wise people in your energy. Or this is your spiritual team speaking to you. I don't want to say your spiritual team is speaking to you from the afterlife. Somebody from the afterlife might have a lot to say to you, and you might be taking notice of their messages. Did they say there's a Libra? There's a Libra in your energy. There's a Sag in your energy. It might be a situation where you might feel like it's necessary to compromise, and maybe this might be a successful thing. I think self-control and patience is going to go a long way for you this week. Or for someone around you, maybe this is something the Spirit is placing in somebody else's conscience. That self-control, that patience. Maybe when it comes to you. You might be blending your ideas with other people in order to create something extraordinary. It seems like maybe two minds think alike. I see some financial security coming in for you. Yeah. I see that maybe you were not productive about some things. Maybe some things you procrastinated on. All of a sudden, you might get this sudden surge of motivation to get something done. It looks like you're taking some time to heal. You're taking some time off for yourself in order to heal from something. Maybe physically. Maybe your body might need to bounce back from something. Or this is you dealing with some things emotionally. People are noticing that you're going inward. Or maybe this is you. Maybe this is your social battery is just depleted. Maybe you feel like you just need some time to yourself, need some downtime, so that you can focus inward. I think you're listening for some deeper wisdom, because it definitely feels like you're very connected with your spiritual guides. Yeah, I think you're doing so because you need clarity. You're trying to figure out what next steps that you need to take. Because it seems like whatever burdens you're carrying, they've been heavy. And it seems like emotionally you're taking a hit. The things have been weighing you down. And you guys are saying, give it over. Give your cares and your worries to the angels. They want you to be free of whatever this is that's burdening you. Some things that you're freely carrying, your guys are saying, no, let it go. So we got it, Aquarius. Somebody in your situation is keeping secrets. They have been secretive, and it seems like this secrecy has caused you some heartbreak. I think somebody's coming back to you, Aquarius. It's just the issue is maybe somebody's a bit possessive. This seems like this might be a divine connection, though. Like this might be like a twin flame soulmate type of connection that you have with someone. I think somebody is very prone to gaslight you. I think somebody might be trying to come in to convince you that they've changed, but maybe there is no real change with this situation. I think, again, there's been a lot of heartache, a lot of backstabbing in this situation. Maybe you had a very bad breakup with this person. It looks like, yeah, somebody's possibly coming in with a reconciliation. It seems like that's what they want. I think somebody wants to feel connected to you. I think that somebody feels like they're sitting back and realizing that they caused a lot of pain. Or it could be vice versa. This could be a parent and child situation where a parent is looking back and realizing, yeah, they caused a lot of pain and maybe they want to fix this. Especially a mother figure. This could be a mother and child situation. Or some of you are single parents. Seems like you're doing a lot when it comes to self-realization. Seems like you're becoming a lot more self-aware, Aquarius, or cross-section. It seems like you're not really focused on relationships. You're focused on you in a very empowering way. You got some trolling going on. It looks like there could be some people that could be mocking you, making fun of you. A lot of trolling that might be going on, possibly in, I don't know, in life somewhere. It could be in your work environment. This could definitely be with kids. I think this is at work. Spirit guides, show me where maybe this is happening. In Aquarius's life. There's a lot going on in your dreams. Seems like you're being very generous. You're giving a lot. You're the humanitarian of the zodiac. Yeah, you're the water bearer. It seems like, yeah, that's what you're focused on, giving back. Where is this happening, Spirit guys? Where are the haters and why are we focused on that actually? Like, I guess because it's coming up in the reading. It's coming up for a reason. It does look like there's a situation where there should be cooperation and cohesion, but it seems like instead there's conflict. Maybe there's somebody that's opposing you. Maybe you actually have similar goals as this person, but maybe they have a different way. Maybe it's a semantics type of thing, or maybe they have a different way of speaking than you do, but it definitely feels like in your work environment, there's conflict. This might be where the hater is. And it seems like somebody might be coming after you in this way, trolling you, putting you down, whatever. It has something to do with your confidence. Somebody does not like your confidence. They don't. They want you to tone it down a bit. Somebody might even view you as a bit cocky, Aquarius or cross-watcher. Maybe it has something to do with your talents. Somebody doesn't like something that you bring to the table. They feel like you're doing a bit too much, putting on too much of a production, I guess. And so, I don't know. It just seems like there might be some gossip when it comes to that. People might have a lot to say about you. So, needless to say, you're getting some publicity here. Whether you're a public figure or you're not. It just seems like people are just really diving into you, who you are, and who they think you are. Yep. With that, I'm pretty sure you can't see that clearly, but it does say enemy. So somebody is coming in like an enemy. Again, you got some haters. Someone's specific. Maybe it's not someone, especially if we're talking about social media. You might have several. Something might be going on with your phone. Maybe you dropped your phone. Maybe your screen is cracked. Or possibly somebody might want to reach out to you and talk to you, but maybe their phone is out of commission at the moment. Maybe somebody dropped their phone or whatever. Whatever this is that you're working on, your spirit guides are saying you might want to keep silent about these things, Aquarius. Because it definitely feels like somebody is eavesdropping and listening to maybe some plans that you're making. For some of you, because you have an enemy, this person is trying to figure out how they can foil these plans. How they can make things more difficult for you. I don't know. Well, we already discussed why. Why there might be a possibility of that. You get a lot of divine favor. So even though you got these things that are playing out in the background, it seems like your spirit guides have got this covered. There's some conflict in the background, okay? Because it definitely feels like somebody might be trying to trigger you. Somebody might be saying the wrong things, or like I said, they're insulting you, putting you down in some sort of way. It looks like somebody wants that smoke, Aquarius or crosswatcher. They want that conflict. They want you to react. And this is why they're being combative. But in the background of your situation, there's a broken relationship. Something is a bit fractured here. I think somebody is interested in building bridges with you. I think that you're going through some transitions. Your surroundings may change a little bit. Maybe it's time to change the scenery up. I think there might be some things that maybe you might have to do with a particular deadline. Okay? It seems like time is of the essence with something that's going on in your situation. Maybe you might feel like you're skating right on the edge of these deadlines. You're having to get something done by a particular hour. I don't know what this is. You're having to get something turned in. You might be getting your car serviced, Aquarius, across watcher. Some of you, maybe you're Ubering somewhere. Maybe some of you are Uber drivers. I'm not sure. But it definitely looks like you're traveling. You're the King of Cups that shows up in your energy. Water sign. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Somebody read. Somebody could possibly be your reader, or that's what brings you to tarot, is to figure out how to plan out your life, map out some situations, because it looks like you are. I was mentioning to you before, you're needing clarity about the next step, and maybe because you don't know what's next, it's causing you to feel a little bit fearful. You're not sure what plan to make. So I think there might be a meetup. And you do want to see someone, or somebody feels like it's a priority to talk to you. Somebody might want to make plans with you. So there might be a conversation there. You got some dishonesty in the background. It does look like somebody might be withholding information from you because it benefits them to do so. Then it seems like you got somebody meddling in your situation. Somebody might be stepping in the way. I'm trying to tell you that's the quickest way to piss off an Aquarius, is to try to put your boundaries. So somebody might try to do that. They might make it a point to do so. It looks like somebody might be trying to control your life or influence a situation, give you some sort of unsolicited advice. It seems like somebody feels like they know best in your situation. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But it definitely feels like somebody wants you to get in line. They want you to be obedient. Obedient, maybe this has something to do with a kid. Maybe you're concerned about a child's conduct. Or this is someone talking to you like you're a child, Aquarius. Somebody might feel like you might do that. Maybe they feel like you're condescending in some sort of way. So this whole throwing daggers situation, maybe the reading can go vice versa. Maybe somebody feels like you're coming at them any kind of way. But it does feel like somewhere in your energy, the atmosphere is a bit unfriendly. And because of that, you might feel like the need to keep your guard up. Yeah, somebody's very focused on you. You're very focused on a goal. You're very driven this week. Your guides are telling you that there might be some people around you that are not trustworthy. You might be giving your trust very lightly to certain people. And it seems like your spirit guides are stepping in to intervene in situations. Because you got some negative energy coming at you. So you guys are definitely talking to you about protecting your energy. But it does look like somebody is giving you the evil eye. Like I said, you got some people that have a lot to say about you. People that don't even know you, especially if this is social media or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like words are circulating about you. Not everything that people have to say about you, Aquarius, is bad. There's definitely some good press that you're getting. But like I said, I guess it comes with the territory. The haters, they exist in the background. I think you're aware of that. I think that you're still going to move forward to do whatever it is that you need to do. I think that you've got some special abilities. I think that these abilities are getting ready to be enhanced. I do feel like someone is trying to hinder something that you're working towards. Again, your guides come in to deflect that energy and to pave a way for you, to open up a path for you where someone is trying to block it. Because Spirit is making it abundantly clear to you that there's a snake in your energy. Somebody that's hyper-focused on you is coming in with to throw a ton of distractions your way. Or a ton of noise your way, okay? When you're maybe trying to focus or get some work done. You just might have some distractions that kind of pop up on you this week. And you're going to find a way to kind of navigate through that. Spirit guides. Any advice? Something's going on with your vision, Aquarius. Anything else for the Aquarius nation? It seems like you're studying for something. Some of you maybe you have a scholarly goal. Security. You do have somebody watching you, so maybe you're beefing up the security around your home. Somebody might be concerned about job security around this period of time. Time seems like that's going to be something that's very important. I also feel we did talk about that. I didn't mention that. It's a Taurus that's in your energy heavily. But I see you as a bit rebellious, Aquarius. You might feel the need for freedom. You might feel the need to, you're an Aquarius, to lead your own way. It doesn't look like you want to be led. You want to be the leader. You want to be the trailblazer. And I think somebody has an issue with that. I see some of you are relocating. I see some of you might be traveling at a distance, or someone that's at a distance may be coming to you. Spirit is definitely calling out a warning when it comes to, like I mentioned to you, that snake that's in your energy. I think that you got some success on your hands. Something that maybe you're working on, or some place in your life where maybe you've experienced a setback. I think, and this setback is kind of really set you back. Now it seems like there's going to be progress and success that comes in. But this whole thing with this misunderstanding with someone that's in the background, you might have a power struggle with this person. I also feel that you got help that's coming in. Spirit is definitely putting in your path that could someone in your path that is a blessing to you, or that could be very helpful to you in some sort of way, to help see you through a complicated situation, and help give you advice or a kind word that they're passing on to help you, or you could be that towards someone. Spirit, what is the advice for the Aquarius nation for the next 7 days? You're thinking back a lot. It looks like you're floating on some memories. You're thinking back to some old situations. You got some emotions that are tied to old situations. I think you're kind of fixed on this. And it's like your mind is, you're ruminating on old situations. And these old situations that you're thinking about are causing a lot of emotion. But these emotions, I don't want to say that emotions are getting in the way, but we were talking about distractions. And so whatever this memory is, this bringing out this negative emotion within you, it seems like your spirit guides are helping you, talking to you about developing some sort of technique to help to remove that emotional anchor that's dragging you down, to separate that feeling from that memory. That whatever this is that you're harping on in your brain, you're constantly thinking about this. I feel like, it's about the past. The spirit guides are telling you they want you to break these cycles. Right now, it seems like spirit wants you to dig in and do the work. They want you to heal from the things that have been holding you back. So whatever your dominant thoughts are this week, they're saying they want you to look at these things. The way that you're processing information. The spirit wants to build a road to success for you in your mind. They want you to be greater. Not to say that you're not, but it seems like your spirit has something else for you. So they want you to optimize something about yourself. I was mentioning to you, there's a lot going on within you. You're focusing a lot on yourself, but in a very positive way. Spirit is definitely trying to grow you, trying to take you to the next level. You got some major decisions that you're making this week. Some people that maybe you're needing to communicate with, the spirit is putting in your path. Spirit is preparing something for you, preparing you to do something coming up. So it seems like there's a lot of downloads that are coming in. If you allow these downloads to make their way to you, yeah. Some of these downloads might be coming in through your dreams. So if this is not something that maybe you're receiving, this is why they're telling you downtime is going to be important. Spirit has a lot to share with you. They have a lot to say. Especially if this is you feeling stuck and you don't know how to get yourself unstuck. The answers are there. They're coming in this week, the downloads. Well, they're coming in a lot of, they're coming in as omens and signs and people the Spirit is putting along your path, or you are that blessing the Spirit is putting in someone else's path to give them that information that maybe they need to improve their situation. This includes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Aquarius Nation and Cross Watchers, for watching. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Aqua Nation. Capricorn Nation, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that is mentioned here is going to be a perfect match to what's going on in your situation. Listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general. If you like a read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personals. You can find the details on my website, which is AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. beginner and intermediate tarot classes have opened up again. If you'd like me to teach you tarot, you can find the details on my website. The class begins April 19th. Details again on my website. Trigger warning. We're going to talk about some delicate topics, Capricorn. We always do. Let's dive and let's see what might be playing out for you over the next 7 days. Spirit guides want you to be open. They want you to be receptive. They want you to be patient this week. They want you to be responsive as well. So maybe there's some things that might come up that might require your response, such as maybe an email or whatever. Something that maybe you're having to do some follow-up on this week. It seems like this might be important. Your intuition is definitely going to kick in. There might be something going on with your mother or pertaining to your mother that could be relevant. Some of you are parents. When I say your mother could even be someone that passed on. Your mother could be in the afterlife, but still relevant to the conversation. Relevant to what I'm talking about. So what I'm trying to say is you might receive a message from someone that passed on. Or when was the last time you talked to your mom? Your parental instincts might kick in. Your intuition. Maybe you have a feeling about something might be going on with somebody that you care about, even if they're not a child. Your intuition is definitely very strong. This does say feeling, by the way. Maybe you have a feeling about someone. And maybe there's something that you see that maybe somebody doesn't see, or vice versa. Maybe somebody sees something about your situation that you don't see. You could possibly be getting some advice from someone. Someone might be dropping a hint towards you about something that maybe, like I said, that might not be evident to you. Maybe there's a blind spot in your situation. Random side note, maybe someone works in construction, but they have a blue collar type of work. Maybe this might describe someone that you know or someone that you could be meeting. Maybe this is the industry that you work in. Something like this. There's a Taurus. That's a standout energy in your reading. Looks like you haven't had time to yourself, Capricorn, a cross watcher. It seems like Spirit wants you to spend some more time this week nurturing yourself. Healing from some things, maybe healing from some things that could have physically happened. I was mentioning to you, maybe some of you are parents, maybe your mothers, maybe some of you recently gave birth. And maybe your body might need a chance to heal. You're coming off of a surgery. I'm not sure what this is. But the point is the Spirit wants you to take some time for yourself, to nurture yourself. Maybe you're sick. Maybe you're feeling not yourself. Ooh, Capricorn. Somebody wants to reconnect with you. There could definitely be a reunion. Somebody is missing you. Maybe this is a Capricorn to Capricorn relationship. Maybe someone could possibly be a martial artist in your situation. Somebody might have an athletic build. Maybe you're doing Tai Chi, meditation, yoga. There's an Aquarius in your situation. Something might be going on with your shoes, Capricorn. Maybe it's time to get some new shoes. Maybe your shoes are uncomfortable. There's a heavy energy of a Pisces in your reading. Someone's Pisces, sun, moon, or rising. Maybe they're Venus. It seems like you might be making a choice about whether or not a reconciliation can happen, or this is possibly someone trying to make a decision about whether or not they're going to come forward to attempt this reconciliation. Somebody feels like they owe you an apology, or this is you. You feel like you were wronged in some sort of way, and you're like, the least this person can do is apologize. For some of you, yeah, somebody is being called to offer you an apology. I think somebody wants to mend a situation that's broken. And I think that there's a possibility that this could happen. Somebody might be coming from their heart. Or at least this is what's on somebody's mind this week, is to find a way to reconnect with you. Or you're feeling this way towards someone. It's like you've been going through some turmoil, or someone that maybe ghosted you is going through it. And maybe they've been going through it constantly. It seems like something might be a cycle. For some of you, this vicious cycle might have something to do with your finances. Maybe you feel like you're constantly going through a financial situation and you're trying to get out of that. You're trying to figure out a way out. Spirit guys, show me what's going on for the Capricorn nation. Some of you might be concerned about your kids in school, maybe their progress in school. Some of you, maybe there might be a child that might need tutoring, might need glasses. Maybe it looks like someone is walking on eggshells in your situation. Maybe you feel like that's what's going on at work, like you're walking a tightrope. We're going to see what's going on there. You might need to drink some water, Capricorn. Maybe your throat is parched. Definitely something going on in the throat area, the solar plexus area, your stomach area. Your digestion seems like it's slow for whatever reason. Spirit guys, what's going on for the Capricorn nation? Who's coming through? There's an earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, a Capricorn. It must be a Virgo because Leo just popped up. Anytime Leo pops up, Virgo's going to pop up. Anytime Virgo's going to pop up, Leo's going to pop up. So this earth sign is possibly a Virgo. But again, Taurus, Capricorn, Aries. It's Aries season. You might have an Aries might be paying you a visit. Something might be going on towards the, where are we right now? We're at the beginning of the month. Something might be going on in the third week of the month. Hey, don't break that. What's going on with your legs, Capricorn? Capricorn, you rule the knees. Is something going on with your knees? Somebody walked with a cane? Virgo, come on with it. I should have said that. This Venus. Yeah, maybe your Venus is Capricorn. Or you're an Aries Venus, possibly. Jupiter Sagittarius is going to be relevant in your situation. Maybe something is going on with planet Jupiter when it comes to astrology. Maybe some of you, you're tarot readers. You're into something spiritual, like tarot, astrology, palm reading, this sort of thing. Spirit guides, show me what's going on with the Capricorn nation for the next 7 days. Taurus is dominating your reading. Earth signs are dominating your reading. I think maybe some of you have a lot of love for a Taurus. I think somebody may have stepped out on it with somebody else. I think you have some trust issues, possibly with a Leo. I think you're frustrated with somebody. You might be going off on somebody this week. Capricorn, maybe you're going off on a tangent. Or maybe there's just somebody you want to give a piece of your mind to. You want to tell somebody about themselves. Maybe this is about somebody, especially if somebody has stepped out on you or somebody is. Some of you might be a part of a third-party situation. Maybe this is not your situation. Maybe you're not communicating with this person. Maybe this is due to the fact that maybe somebody might be separating with a partner. They're going through something currently. Yep, somebody's been going through some conflict. Somebody might even be going through somebody's phone. There's a lot of manipulation in this situation. So be careful that you're not allowing somebody to gaslight you, blindside you. Somebody might work in TV production. Maybe you're writing a screenplay. Random side note. You might be concerned about credit card debt. Some of you, maybe you're traveling abroad. Maybe you're getting your passports. You might be having a lot of anxiety this week. You're biting your nails, possibly. Come on. Yeah. Talk about this gaslighting situation. Somebody is gaslighting you or might have the audacity to try to gaslight you about something. Gaslight you, then ghost you. Maybe you're having a conversation with someone, Capricorn, a cross-watcher. Maybe things go quiet and somebody goes ghost in your situation. You're texting someone, and all of a sudden, they get quiet. Let's see what this is really about, because I'm just seeing like fragmented stuff in your reading, but I don't quite see what's going on. I see a traveling situation. Something could possibly be delaying you on the road. Maybe you're wanting to go someplace, or maybe you wanted to go and see someone for a while, but maybe it's been in like a financial issue. Maybe there might be a child that might be asking you to take them someplace. Maybe this has something to do with your schedule. Maybe there's a conflict here when it comes to your schedule. You got some success that's coming in, especially when it comes to business. Or this comes as something, maybe you're doing something on social media. Maybe some of you are traveling internationally, you're traveling at a distance. You got some good news that's coming in. Okay. You got some communication coming in from someone that you haven't spoken with in a minute. It looks like somebody may have left you for someone else. Or this is someone maybe wanting to reconcile with you. They might be leaving the person that they're with to come and reconcile with you. There's a Scorpio. There's somebody playing a lot of games this week, Capricorn, across watcher. Half the things that somebody might be telling you is a lie. It looks like there's some rumors that are being spread, or someone is possibly bringing your name up in a conversation, especially if we're talking about a third party. So if all parties were not aware that there is a third party, and not all of you have one, this just happens to be the storyline. It's not everyone's story, but some of you do. I think somebody might be aware that there's now a third party, or someone is at least a bit suspicious that maybe somebody is seeing someone else behind the other one's back, trying to gaslight you into believing that that's not the truth, but it definitely is. This is why somebody's been giving you mixed signals for a while. I think that somebody is not sure what they really want. So somebody could definitely be coming in giving you a lot of mixed signals. You might be considering whether or not it's best for you to move on, or somebody might be contemplating that in this situation. So if somebody is acting all funny, there's a sudden change up, it feels like somebody is not sure if they want to be in this situation any longer. Or chances are this is a past tense situation. This is something that already happened. And now somebody is realizing that they made a wrong choice, and somebody might be thinking about reconciling with you. There's some people that could be interfering with the situation. Someone could be allowing other people to get in the way of your relationship. Like somebody is in somebody's ear about you. I think somebody has a lot of yes men, yes women in their situation. Yeah, it looks like somebody, they're indecisive about what they want. I think that's an issue that you have with someone. But the crazy thing is, that's why somebody feels like they're kind of walking a tightrope in this situation. Somebody feels like they're walking on eggshells. Truthfully, they are. Somebody is very watchful of someone, snooping on someone, because somebody doesn't buy what they're saying. They're not buying their story. Some of you, this is a court situation. Some of you could possibly be in court. You have a court matter to handle. Trust and believe somebody is running for cover. They're lying. Gaslighting the judge into believing something that is not the truth. Someone is a charlatan in this situation. Whether this is court related or not, take this situation however it genuinely resonates. But I do see you going to court for something. And I see someone lying about you, lying about a situation, especially if someone is trying to take something from you. You'll definitely see thievery in a situation. Someone's trying to take something that they're not entitled to. For some of you, this is information that maybe someone is not privy to. So definitely somebody could be searching you up, looking for information about you that has nothing to do with them. Let me make it clear by saying that somebody is nosy. Somebody is looking into something kind of heavily. Nosy, I guess, if this is your partner, they feel like they have every right. They're looking, they're investigating something that you're doing because a story doesn't add up. So they're definitely going to go digging for information. Somebody's snooping around, but I think for some of you, somebody might be snooping around looking into, like I said, private information that has nothing to do with them. You're under a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. You might be, maybe there's a lack of sleep in your situation. It seems like your blood pressure is up too. Stressed out. Spirit guides are saying, Capricorn, calm down. They want you to meditate. They want you to ground yourself. Whatever this is that you're worried about, that maybe you feel like you don't have the for your path. Or Spirit is putting you in the path of someone's life for you to be the blessing for them. Some of you, this seems like this comes off of like an unemployment situation. Maybe some of you are waiting to receive unemployment benefits or some sort of benefit. You're waiting for some money to come in. It seems like this money does come in. There seems like there's some interference in the background. Okay, something might be a little bit delayed. Or there's some sort of circumstantial situation that might delay this money from getting to you, but this money does reach your hands. Spirit is sending someone to your aid. Somebody's coming back home. For some of you, this is maybe children. Maybe this legal situation has something to do with children. Children could possibly be returning home. This might be children that left the nest. Maybe they're coming back to visit, or they're moving back in. Somebody might be moving back in. Who's coming back? Somebody's coming back. I did say there's a reconciliation. For some of you, this is reconciliation with family. The spirit guides are saying 9 times out of 10, this is a lover. An ex-lover of yours may be coming back. Who might be coming back is somebody that might be military affiliated. Maybe someone is a veteran or someone has been in the military. Who's coming back is a dad. A deadbeat. Not my words. It's the cards. Somebody might want to come back. But spirit guides are saying be careful that someone is not gaslighting you, remember? Somebody may not have changed. Or somebody might not be ready to change. You're speaking to someone. You're speaking to a landlord about something. Is this who you're taking to court? Because it possibly. Spirit guide, show me what's going on in court. Some of you, this court situation has something to do with children. Whatever this is, where you're going to court, it seems like something is pissing you off. It always is difficult for you to relax because it seems like you're worried about something. You're fixated on something. You're ruminating it. You're having conflict with someone. I think it's in court. But for some of you, you're upset with your kids. You're upset about things that happened in the past. And these things are things that you cannot change, but you're still upset about it. Again, it's not a criticism. Just something that I'm observing in the reading. Okay. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for the zodiac sign of Capricorn? You're having some body image issues. I think somebody might be worried about jail time. Unless someone is somebody in jail. Maybe somebody might need you to bail them out of jail. Somebody definitely needs someone that is asking for someone to bail them out of a financial situation. Delete. Okay. I was trying to tell you there's some funny business in the background. I was telling you somebody is snooping on the other person. Gaslighting you into believing that they're not doing something that they actually are doing. So they're going to delete any sort of evidence, any sort of information to kind of throw you off the track so they can say, no, you're always accusing me of stuff or whatever this is. You're stressed out. You're angry about something. Something might get deleted. Maybe this is your work. Maybe there's something that you're needing to turn in on time and something just gets deleted. I don't know. So this is your spirit guide saying, Capricorn, slow down. Take your time. There's a lot on your plate, a lot that you're focused on when it comes to your career, and a lot that might be taking place at home. You might have to do a lot of multitasking. I think you're going to get used get used to this. I think you are used to this. I think you're going to get through this is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it just seems like there's a lot going on in your situation. I think you got a job interview. I think you might be dressing to impress, unless this is a date that maybe you're going out on. Because it definitely feels like either there's a job interview coming in for some of you, and for others of you, this is a date. Somebody might be asking you out on a date. It definitely feels like you got a secret admirer. Spirit, what is the advice for the Capricorn nation for the next 7 days? Is somebody a wine drinker? Maybe you feel like somebody's a whiner. The advice for the Capricorn nation. Spirit guides are telling you you're going to have to go with the flow. That might not be something that's easy for you this week, because it seems like you want your way. You want something to go a certain way. You're looking for a certain result. And this is when your spirit guides are saying, Capricorn, let go of your I was going to say your addiction to outcomes, your expectations of how something is going to play out. I don't know if you're addicted to something. Somebody might be addicted to something. But yeah, let go. Your guides are telling you that certain things, maybe it's not. Is that what this says, Spirit guides? What are you wanting them to let go of? Why? Because it seems like there's been some resistance, or Spirit guides are saying you got to let go and let things take place. The resistance is going to be, yeah, you're like, nope, I don't want to go with that plan, or that's not what I wanted. Like there's a result that's coming up that maybe you feel like, no, that's not the result I was looking for. Spirit, what the heck is going on? Your guides are saying things will normalize. Go with the flow. Be ready to be flexible this week, Capricorn. Something is happening this way because it aligns with your path. Something might need to change in your situation to reroute you, because maybe you're on the wrong path, and now spirit guides are saying, now we're going to go this way. Now it's time for a pivot, Capricorn. So they're saying it's best to kind of go with the flow rather than to resist the flow. There's something that you need to let go of. Spirit is saying yes. You're obviously dealing with a Leo. You're dealing with a Gemini or a Pisces. Your path, it's time for it to be reshaped. You guys are saying there's something you need to let go. I think it has something to do with past emotions that you've been carrying around for the longest. Maybe you're not comfortable with emotions. Maybe you might feel that it's a sign of weakness to cry or show emotion. When your spirit guides are saying there might be something that you might need to let go of in order for you to have your freedom. You're shackled to something. The spirit guides are calling you out of this. Maybe there's something that you're applying for. Maybe there's a yes that comes through for you. Or maybe there's someone that you're so sure they're going to say no, but really, maybe in reality, somebody might be willing to do something that maybe you didn't think that they were going to do. They may turn out to be flexible. Maybe it's someone else that may need to be flexible in your situation. And maybe this is spirit putting it on their heart to do so. With that, Capricorn Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Hey, good morning. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Capricorn Nation and Cross Watchers, thank you so very much for watching. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Capricorn Nation. Some of you are obviously Capricorn Sag cusp. Sag, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that's mentioned in this reading is going to be a direct match to what's going on in your situation. Listen for what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you like to be based on your own personal energy, you can of course book a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. We're going to go over delicate topics. We're going to go over delicate topics, Sagittarius. Keep that in the back of your mind. Let's begin. Let's see what's playing out for you over the next 7 days. Sagittarius must say something that may sound so random. An elephant may have some sort of relevancy in your situation. They say elephants never forget, so maybe that's you. Maybe there's something that you don't need to forget, something that maybe Spirit wants you to bookmark in the back of your mind. Maybe this is you addressing the elephant in the room, so to speak. Spirit is definitely calling you a leader. Spirit guys are putting the spotlight on you, Sagittarius. They're saying that you're someone who inspires people that you meet, or that you're meant to. That's meant to be a vital part of your path. I think that there's a problem that maybe you're focused on, and Spirit guys are telling you can overcome this problem, whatever it is, Sagittarius. I think that there's some sort of success. I cannot say that word for some reason unless I say it slowly. That you're trying to achieve. And Spirit guys are saying you can achieve this easily, but it feels like there's something in your mind that you feel like your mind is telling you that something is impossible. Some sort of insurmountable goal that you're looking at, and they're saying they want you to have a new perspective about this. They want you to view a situation from a different lens. They want you to stay open. They want you to look at things from a different angle. You wear glasses, Sagittarius, or maybe you're connected to someone who does. Maybe you're getting some sunglasses. Maybe something's going on with your sleep schedule. Maybe you're someone who sleeps during the day, but maybe you're a night owl. Something might be going on with the visibility of your driving. I don't know if you need to get some more windshield wipers, or maybe there's a sudden change in the weather. Maybe there's some rain that may come through. I don't know why my brain thinks it's the summertime. It isn't. It's the springtime. So yeah, it rains in the springtime for some people. Anyway, rambling. People see you as maybe somebody that has a wall up, someone in particular. It seems like you've been hurt, and maybe you're just exhausted of people this week. So maybe you're keeping your distance. Maybe there's some things in your life that I think that you're trying to figure out, as I mentioned to you before. Whatever this problem is, you're overcoming it. But for a moment, it might have you stumped. It looks like you feel lost. Maybe this has something to do with Gemini. Your higher self definitely has the answers for you. Let's see what this is. There's a Leo in your situation. There's an account that you need to settle. Spirit guys say, yeah. As soon as I asked that question, some cards fell on the floor. There's an Aquarius that shows up to your reading. It does look like there's a financial situation. Seems like that's what you're concerned about. This is what you're trying to resolve. You're waiting for some money. Yeah, you might need an umbrella. I think that the weather might change out of nowhere. You're scrolling a lot. It looks like you're very distracted by what's going on in your phone. Maybe you're watching a lot of videos. Maybe some of you work on social media. You're waiting for some money that maybe you feel like is just not going to materialize. Maybe you feel like somebody's giving you the runaround, whether it's with money, like a financial situation. I'm hearing banking. Maybe you might need to talk to your bank about something. It might be a banking issue. But whatever this is, where you feel like somebody's giving you the runaround, it seems like you're over it. You're tired. You're frustrated. Maybe there's someone that you're not talking to. Sagittarius, here you are in the upright in your reading. Maybe some friends. Maybe you're not really socializing these days. As I mentioned to you, you're isolated. You're pulling away from people. You feel betrayed. It feels like that's why you're pulling away from Maybe someone in particular. So it looks like you're going through the same cycle. You've been through something with someone again and again. This is a money cycle, a negative money cycle that you're trying to break. I think that you will. It definitely feels like a time of stability is coming in for you. And maybe right now you feel like you don't have that stability that you want because of the way that your finances are looking. It's temporary, Sagittarius. You got a contract that's coming in. For some of you, this contract is going to secure you a job. Maybe that's what you're concerned about, your job situation. Maybe it's time to start from scratch. Maybe that's what you're doing with your career. Or you're coming out of a relationship and maybe you feel like it's just time for you to start over. Some of you are good with animals. Maybe you work in veterinary medicine. It looks like you got a gift that's coming in. Or you could possibly be giving a gift to someone, such as an Aries or a Taurus. It seems like it's someone's birthday. Or you're giving a belated gift to someone for their birthday. Some money that's getting ready to come in. So this money that you're waiting for, and you feel like you're getting the runaround, it looks like before long you're going to be celebrating because this money situation comes along. There might be some money that you didn't quite expect that may kind of float into your account. Sagittarius. That's what this looks like. The money might tide you over. It seems like somebody might be sending you a message. Yeah, somebody from your past that maybe you doubted you could reconcile with, or you doubted would pop up in your energy again. This person might possibly be an Aries. It could be a family member that we could be talking about. But whatever this is with this person, whether it's a family member, a friend, or whomever, it seems like there's a fractured relationship here. It seems like somebody has hurt you a lot. There's been a lot of damage that's been created, and possibly due to someone's absence. For some of you, this is a co-parenting situation. Maybe you feel like you're kind of picking up the slack for somebody that's not there when it comes to kids, or this is your situation. You might be working on some trauma issues, maybe connected to a disconnect with a parent. Whatever this is, it seems like you haven't talked to someone in a while, and you might be reconnected with this person. It seems like you're still holding on to some things, or this person might be going through some stuff. It seems like your wall is still up. Maybe because this person left you for someone else. Whether if this isn't in a romantic scenario, or some of you were talking about it like a parent of yours. Maybe they left the family unit in favor of a different lifestyle. Whatever the case, it seems like something is toxic. Somebody might have some addictions. Maybe somebody has been in jail. Somebody is worried that maybe they might be facing this. Somebody could possibly be being released from jail, Sagittarius. I'm hearing bail. Maybe somebody needs it. Watch your step. Make sure that you're not tripping over something because you're not paying attention. If you're doing you're catching up on some household chores. If you're cleaning some dishes, doing some laundry. Some of you are very spiritual. Maybe there's something spiritual that you're working on. You're doing some sort of candle work is what this looks like. Uncertainty. What's this uncertainty about? It seems like it's due to a circumstance. It seems like you feel trapped by your circumstances. You feel helpless. You're not sure what to do. I think this keeps coming up, and I think we talked about this several times, that you're going to overcome something. Whatever this dilemma is, whatever the problem is that you're focused on. Again, it feels like it's your finances, it's your job. You're going to overcome it. Seems like you can't stop thinking about it. You're ruminating over it. You're worried about something that hasn't happened, but you're worried about the potential that it could happen. Whatever this is, you're being led to the right path. And you're going to have victory with whatever this is, this endeavor that maybe you're working on, or something that you're worried about. You're worried about how something is going to go. You're actually going to get a victory in this situation. There's definitely something here having to do with driving. So I don't know if this is a driving record that maybe you're concerned about. You definitely want to pay close attention when you're on the road. It seems like you might be distracted while you're driving. Or there could be someone on the road that's driving erratically. Maybe somebody is looking at their phone when they're supposed to be driving. I don't know. But, yeah. I think that somebody has plans to mess you up. And I think that their plans are going to be absolutely unsuccessful. Because, again, I mentioned to you, you got a victory in your situation. You got somebody that's coming to you, Sagittarius or cross-watcher. And maybe you're concerned about, maybe this uncertainty has something to do with about what somebody really wants. Do they really want a serious relationship? Do they really want to lock down a commitment with you? And it seems like they don't. They just want to get you in the bed, Sagittarius. If you're looking for a fling, this is the perfect person for it. If you're looking for something committed, you might want to think twice about opening up your heart to this person. Not everyone's story, but if you're not on the same page with someone, or this is somebody that's toying with you, chances are they might be. That's not everybody's story. For some of you, you do have someone new coming in. For some of you, you got spirit guys are saying, watch your step. Be careful that you're not getting into a situation where someone is trying to dupe you and fool you into thinking that maybe they want something serious, maybe they truly don't. And maybe this is that someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I was mentioning to you, you feel like somebody's giving you the runaround, or you're not sure. Maybe you're wanting somebody to leave a third party situation to be with you, and maybe that's what that uncertainty is about. Whatever decision you need to make, I was mentioning to you, Spirit is going to lead you to the right path. You guys just want you to pay attention to the signs that are around you, because it looks like you're feeling lost. Maybe literally, maybe when you're on the road, you're driving. Maybe this is you looking up some directions. Maybe you want to look something up ahead of time, because it looks like punctuality and timeliness is going to be something that's very important for you. I hear timely filing. Maybe you haven't filed your taxes yet. I'm not sure, but there might be something that you need to file. It might be paperwork or whatever. Spirit guides, the advice for the Sagittarius nation for the next 7 days. Something's blocked. I think for some of you, random side note, probably TMI, it might be your digestion. Something's definitely going on. For some of you, hear me clearly, for some of you, it's not everybody's story. I feel like I have to be extra, like I have to emphasize this even more than usual if I'm talking about a health issue, because people will get paranoid and assume that I'm talking about them, and I'm likely not. But what I do see is somebody has a GI issue. Something's going on with your digestion. There could definitely, for some of you, be a blockage there. I don't know if somebody backed up, whatever the case. It just seems like there's a medical issue that maybe you haven't looked into. Maybe it's necessary to look into that. Some sort of discomfort in your body might lead you to the doctor, or lead you to go and look into something. Whatever this is that's causing you to feel stuck, you do have some stuck energy in your situation. Your guides are talking to you about cleaning your space. Maybe there's a lot of clutter around you. Maybe you might feel like you can think better and have less scattered thinking by maybe clearing some things up, some clutter. Maybe this might be an emotional week for you. Maybe this is where the stuck energy is emotionally. Maybe there's something that you might feel like you need to have a good cry about. Or just something you might need to speak about that maybe you kind of pushed down. And maybe you might feel like speaking your truth might help you to release whatever this is that you've got this pent up emotion. But I think movement is going to be very important for you. This could even be you maybe deciding to get outside, maybe to enjoy the change in the weather. I think that there's something that maybe you want to control in your situation, and your spirit guides are saying, let go of the need to control this week. Trust the flow. I think there's something going on with your thoughts and your emotions. It seems like there's some friction there, like your thoughts and your thoughts, yes, and your emotions and whatever's going on with your body, they don't agree. They're not on the same accord. So it seems like spirit guides are telling you, check whatever this is first. Check your emotions. Find a way to ground your energy. There's just a lot going on, a lot of things firing at the same time in your brain. Your guys are saying, take a breath. Change the pace in your voice. It seems like maybe you're, again, a lot of scattered thinking. Your guys are telling you, calm down, come back to center. It's going to be important for you this week. It seems like you're thinking that you're catastrophizing. I cannot say that word. Catastrophizing. Like you're assuming that things, like you're assuming the worst in a situation. Again, this type of thinking might show up in a time where it's absolutely unhelpful. Again, your guides are telling you, calm your anxiety, calm your thoughts, relax your nervous system to get your brain back to clarity. This is going to be very important this week. I don't know what this is that has you panicked or that has you, I don't know if you have anxiety disorder, whatever this is. Calm yourself, ground your energy. It's going to be important this week. With that, Sag Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. And maybe it's not you. Maybe this has something to do with somebody else. Maybe a friend texts you and they're going through a frenzy. Their mind is in a tizzy about something. Maybe you're the one that's going to bring them back to reality, calm them down, top them off the ledge, this sort of thing. Maybe you might be that voice of reason for someone. With that, Sag Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you so very much for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Sag Nation and Cross Watchers, I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out. Cancer, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that's mentioned here is going to be a direct match with what's going on in your situation. Listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book me for a session. My website happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. We're always going to go through delicate topics, Cancer Nation. Keep that in the back of your mind. Take that as a trigger warning and let's not hesitate. Let's dive right in. See what's going on for you over the next 7 days. Ogun shows up. I think that some of you are very in tune spiritually. You might be calling on your spiritual team for something, especially when it comes to your work, Cancer. We're going to see what this is. It seems like there's some sort of an issue here when it comes to your work, when it comes to getting something done. Maybe there's a misunderstanding over finances that might happen, or maybe it has something to do. No, it's definitely with finances. Some of you are concerned about your home life. Maybe your home life is a little bit chaotic. Maybe some things in your life are a little bit up in the air. Maybe this has something to do with your financial situation currently. You might feel like something is blocked when it comes to your finances. Maybe that's why you're calling on Ogun. You're doing some spiritual work. I'm going to put it out there, Cancer. Somebody might be trying to block your money. Or Cancer, you're doing this to someone. Possibly an Aquarius. Anyway, whatever this issue is, you're going to successfully overcome this. You're blocking somebody. So you are Cancer, Leo cusp, or you have Cancer and Leo In your chart, there's a Sagittarius that just popped on the scene. You got some deceptive energy around you, or Cancer, someone might see you as the deceptive one. Somebody's putting a lot of blame on someone, and this might come in the form of conflict. Maybe there's a past beef that you have with someone, Cancer or cross-watcher. This is just somebody that's coming at you, wanting to trigger you. Somebody is looking for a fight, looking for drama. Especially if there's somebody that you cut off or somebody that you're not giving the time of day. It looks like somebody just wants you to name drop them or whatever. It seems like you're blocking somebody, blocking them out of your memory, blocking them out of your energy. There's an Aries that shows up. It seems like this is your time. There's something that you are working toward. There's something that you really want. Reach out and grab it. It looks like it's yours. Yep, there's conflict in your situation. Maybe it's your animal. You have pets. There's Pisces in your situation. There's someone that might be coming in to give support to a child. Some of you could possibly be receiving funds for a child. Maybe this is child support. There's a lot of children in your energy. Some of you have 2 or 3 children. Or you have children that you care for. Maybe these are your nieces, nephews, grandchildren, younger, older siblings, I guess, siblings. If you're looking after children, or this is someone you co-parent children with, maybe this could be your brother, maybe your nieces and nephews are coming over. But this is, like I mentioned to you, a co-parenting situation. Maybe you haven't seen your child's other parent in a while. Maybe they pop right back up on the scene. There's a Capricorn that's in your energy. There's a lot here going on social media, where it looks like somebody is distracted in their phones. Or it might be something very deceptive that you come across online. Definitely a lot of deception. Looks could be deceiving as well in a particular situation. You've got a Taurus that just popped on the scene in your reading. Somebody's definitely painting a picture, running with a narrative, and it seems like whatever someone is saying is not the truth. You got a Scorpio, of course, Virgo. If Leo shows up, of course the Virgo is going to be on the scene, and here they are. Are you moving? Maybe some of you are concerned about a move, or you're concerned about someone else's living situation. Maybe they're a family member, concerned about your children. Random. Some of you, maybe you're eating pretzels. You got a meeting, an online meeting. Maybe this is a Zoom meeting that you're having this week. Seems like you're running behind schedule this week with something, Cancer. You might be turning up late to something. Maybe this is an appointment. There's some things that you procrastinated on. Maybe you're going back and giving some attention to some things that maybe you didn't get completed. Especially if we're talking about work. For some of you, maybe this is schoolwork. Maybe some of you are in school. Someone could possibly be coming to you to borrow money, or someone could possibly be paying you back. You're helping somebody out this week, or Spirit puts someone in your life to be a blessing to help you at a time when maybe you do need some help, because it definitely looks like somebody might be falling on hard times this week. You're going through a legal matter. Are you? Yep. I think you might be. Some of you, you got an upcoming, maybe you got a pending court situation. Maybe that's why I see children in your reading. Hey, Miss Coleman. Maybe that's why I see children in your reading. Maybe this court situation, this court matter has something to do with kids. Maybe this is a custody situation. I did mention child support. So I think that there might be an increase in your money that might be coming in. It's definitely a lot going on with you spiritually. I see a lot of spiritual growth for you as well. Yep, somebody's definitely packing and moving. So it looks like maybe somebody doesn't have like a steady place to live. Maybe somebody's moving out. Maybe some of you are going through a breakup. And maybe this is where it's somebody deciding that maybe it's best to go their separate ways. I see an engagement here. Some of you, maybe you might hear of engagement. Did somebody move on quickly and possibly get engaged to somebody else? You just got a lot going on in your situation. Yeah, I do see a breakup. I do. I see an Aries in your situation. I see an earth sign. Whatever this is that's going on with your money, where you feel like you can't get enough money in your hands to get ahead. You can't feel like you can plan ahead by saving money. You got some money that I think is going to be reaching your hands, and I think it gives you an opportunity to buy you some time and to figure out some things in your life, because it does feel like maybe you don't have clarity about what you want to do, especially when it comes to your work and how to improve a financial situation. Unless this legal situation is impacting you financially, I think that for somebody that is the case. I think you don't have peace of mind about something, especially if this is you having to start over. Especially if you're leaving something, this seems like something is requiring you to start over. I feel like it's requiring you to start from scratch. You want to get some sleep. Cancer, I want to call you Capricorn. That's your opposite sign. Some of you are obviously dealing with a Capricorn. You do have Capricorn, like the devil, and you're reading Capricorn. What's this devil situation about? Someone, again, is Sag, Capricorn, cusp. You have fire sign that's in your energy. Someone who's definitely trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I mentioned to you, there is some sort of deception, like an obvious deception in your situation. The spirit is revealing to you. They're opening your eyes to something that maybe you don't see clearly. There's a blind spot in your situation. The spirit guide is trying to make you aware of. I started off the reading talking to you about the fact that I think that you're spiritual. Maybe you're working with some deities to ward off some, ward off some negative energies. Somebody's doing some negative juju your way. Somebody's doing magic on you. Or Cancer, you're the one doing this to someone, and it feels like it's to impact someone's living situation, some financial situation. Someone is definitely aiming at them. Do not be intimidated by this energy, because I think somebody wants you to be intimidated by this. Someone's definitely trying to cause your downfall, and I don't think that it's going to be successful. In fact, I think that somebody could definitely be working and warding off this energy. This is someone's spirit guides stepping in to block this energy, to put an end to this. Some of you are very religious. Yeah, I hear mass. Some of you might be going to church. But I'm also feeling like somebody might be church hurt, like somebody is hurt by the church. You're stressed out. I think you're going to have a flood of ideas that come through. And I think that your children are definitely going to be needing your attention, because it seems like for some of you, your children are being bullied. It's not your children that are being bullied. This could be a full-grown adult that could possibly be being bullied. Especially if we're talking about something that's going on online, or something that maybe you're witnessing online. Maybe you're seeing someone get bullied. I definitely see a lot of gossip in your situation, a lot of childishness. It seems like somebody is trying to go out of their way to embarrass someone. Spirit guides come in to put a stop to a situation. I tell you, never know who you're trying to work against. Spirit says, touch not my anointed. Spirit says, Ogun on the scene to shut some people down, or to shut down a whole situation where somebody thought that they were leading the show. Something isn't going to land the way that somebody thought it was. Somebody thought that you were going to be down and out. Trying to say, I almost said Aquarius. There's obviously an Aquarius in the situation. Yeah, somebody's doing something online. Someone could possibly be taking pictures of you that maybe you didn't approve of, or like without your knowledge. Or somebody is be taking unauthorized pictures, or somebody really thought they were going to have the last laugh in the situation. but then it seems like karma steps in. It ends up turning around. Issue there is, it looks like you're successfully going to overcome this. Something that you're planning ahead, something that you're working hard for, ends up yielding some positive results for you. If you stay focused, if you don't let this bogusness and this weirdness kind of distract you. Something works out for you in the month of May. I was mentioning to you, I think that's your standout month. This is Gemini, that's also Taurus. So some of you are dealing with a Gemini or a Taurus. Or that's just your sun sign. Maybe you have Cancer somewhere else in your natal chart. Yeah. There's something that you really want. Spirit comes in to grant your wish. So whatever this is that you're doing some spiritual work to accomplish, or you're sending out your angels, you're summoning your deities to do something for you, it yields some positive results for you. Unless we're talking about trying to destroy somebody else. That's what backfires. So don't let this be you. I can't tell you what to do. But yeah, I see that. I see a lot concerning family. So maybe you might be concerned about something that might be going on with family. There's some sort of family function, a family gathering. Or something here regarding a child. There could definitely be news of pregnancy, a birth announcement. For some of you, maybe you want children. You might be meeting someone that has children. And this might be how you have children, or this is you want a family. You want to biologically birth a child. And spirit guides are saying yes. Talk about it. Those of you, yeah, it seems like that's what's going on. Maybe you have a medical issue that keeps you from being able to become pregnant. Maybe you feel like you're beyond the age of pregnancy or whatever, but you want a child. I feel like there's a child in your future. Cancer or cross watcher. Yep. Whatever this is with your vehicle, it looks like somebody could be stranded. You might be coming to someone's rescue. Cancer or cross watcher. Looks like some money's coming to you as well. Spirit guides, the advice for the Cancer nation for the next 7 days. Having some nightmares. Looks like there's a lot going on in your dream world, or this is what somebody is sending to you. I was telling you somebody is sending stuff to you. It might be to affect your peace of mind or affect your dreams. The advice, Holy Spirit. You got something on repeat in your mind. You're thinking about something over and over again. You guys want you to tune into your thoughts. They want you to pay attention to what it is that you're thinking, what it is that you're focused on. It seems like you're focused on maybe some disempowering thoughts. You guys are trying to call your attention to something. Your thoughts are magnetic. Your thoughts pull in the energy that you want, the things that you want. Your thoughts become things. You're very strong. You're very powerful manifestor, Cancer, or cross watcher. So you guys are saying, what is it? What energy do you want to grow in your life? Are you focused on things that are of despair? The things that you don't want? The things that you're doubting? And there's nothing wrong with that. We at times, we're going to have negative thoughts. No one's perfect. And it's not to say that you should persecute yourself if you do have negative thoughts. But again, where are you dwelling on things? Spending way too much time kind of consuming your days and moments focused on things that are not productive. Even if that means that you're thinking back and recalling old information, old situations where you didn't think things were going to work, actually did. I think that's how this situation is going to work out. I think that you've got some old limitations. And Spirit is, again, they're calling you out of that. Random side note, butterflies, and particular monarch butterflies might be random, random, but might be relevant for you. Somebody's name might be Will Or somebody might be concerned about someone's will. Your guides are talking to you about your emotional scars. Something's going on with you emotionally. Some of these scars may have come from the absence of someone, silence, maybe some unmet needs. Something hurt you, or someone did. And whatever this is, seems like it's causing you a lot of self-doubt. And they're telling you that this self-doubt is clouding your vision. They want you to trust your abilities. They want you to take a leap forward when it's time to take a leap forward. And it seems like that pertains to this week. Your future self is going to thank you by taking care of something that maybe is difficult for you to face. And what this feels like, it's parent-child trauma. And it looks like there's a parent that may want to come back and heal their karma. Whatever they did in the past, where there wasn't a cohesive bond, it seems like now someone wants to move forward and heal that. Or this is you. Maybe there was a parent that maybe didn't get a chance to heal those situations with you, or they would like to, now they're coming forward. Or chances are maybe this person is deceased. But you could definitely be working on the pain that a situation has caused you. A parent may want to take accountability. Whatever this is, it just seems like there's something from the past that comes forward again. Maybe there's a situation that could be salvaged, maybe not. Maybe something is lost, and it just happens to be that way, and there's no going back. I don't know. Only you can decide that. But that's what I see for you, Cancer Nation. Thank you so very much for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Spirit guides want me to let you know that there is a Pisces. I don't think I mentioned Pisces, but I do see this now that I'm pouring the cards up. Thank you for watching. Hey, Christina. Thank you for watching. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Cancer Nation. I want to say happy birthday, but I know it's not Taurus season, but I don't know, maybe there's a Taurus, but you know, Taurus, well, of course, I'm reading for Taurus. I guess there is a Taurus that you know. It would be you, wouldn't it? Some of you are cross watchers for Taurus. Taurus, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that's mentioned here is going to be a perfect match with what's going on in your situation. The way that I'm describing it may not happen exactly the way that I'm saying it. Listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general. You'd like a read based on your own personal energy. I do offer personal readings. The information and the details about that can be found on my website, as well as the information about beginner and intermediate tarot classes. We'd like me to teach you tarot. I have not done Virgo yet. You can visit my website for more details. The class begins later on this month, but you may want to secure your spot now. If payment is an issue, let me know. Payment plans can be made. Trigger warning. We're going to talk about delicate topics, Taurus. Let's dive in and let's see what's going on for you over the next 7 days. Holy Spirit, what's going on for Taurus? There's Gemini in your situation. You might be noticing a lot of bugs around you, but in particular, bees. Maybe somebody's name starts with B. Maybe somebody is calling somebody out of their name. Random side note. Maybe there's somebody you don't like. Maybe there's somebody you would like to give a piece of your mind to. Maybe you want to tell somebody about themselves. And maybe you do want to call them out of their name. I don't know, Taurus. But I think that some changes are coming in. There's going to be a dramatic shift in your situation. I think this is a good thing. I think your situation, though, right now might be a bit unpredictable. Maybe it's not your situation. It could be somebody else's. Because let me let you know that some things that are mentioned in this reading may not be going on with you directly, but you might be the observer or the witness of certain things. It could be playing out. Somebody else might be going through something that I'm describing. I think you have a lot of obligations, a lot of responsibilities. And I think there's a lot going on within you this week, a lot that's going on emotionally. There are a lot of things that you're dealing with. I think you might be exhausted. You might feel like you need a nap. Or maybe you're not feeling well. Your guides are talking to you about listening to your body, listening to what your body is telling you about getting rest. Someone could possibly be giving birth, Taurus. You might be hearing news of pregnancy or childbirth. Maybe some of you are at the end of your last trimester. You got someone from your past possibly returning to you. It seems like maybe there's something that you're having to deal with this week. There might be some uncertainty. I was telling you that some things that might be happening in your situation may be a little bit unpredictable. Maybe there's some conflict that you're having with someone. This is Taurus. Or you've had conflict with someone in the past. Maybe there might be a situation where you are having a conversation with someone. The conversation could go either way. Things could possibly get intense. It could escalate and get real heated. Or there's a situation where maybe if someone, either you or this other person, might kind of soften their emotions a little bit, calm down a bit. Maybe there could be an open space for resolution. Unless we're talking about like an ongoing situation where maybe you and this person are like oil and water. And maybe there is something that could be resolved, but it has something to do with the other person's approach. Or somebody is coming at you real foul, real emotional. Maybe it might take for one person to be the bigger person in the situation, only if that fits your scenario. If it doesn't, because not everybody's situation is identical. But it seems like there's a scenario the spirit is kind of throwing out that might resemble something like that. The point that I'm trying to make is that there's some ongoing discord that you're having with someone. You might have your doubts about someone. You might be hesitant because maybe there is a past conflict that might appear to be over, but it's not really over. So there's a possibility that something could be dredged up again. Maybe there's a power struggle. It seems like something could be tested within you. Maybe it has something to do with your integrity. Somebody could possibly be testing your integrity. Is interesting. I thought I heard myself say intestine. I think that's what spirit guides are talking about. Something might be going on with your intestines. Something's going on with digestion. Yes, that's what this feels like. Random side note. I think you might be focused on your health. I think you might be committed to your wellness. Or this might be something that you're looking into. Maybe you're on some sort of health kick. So you're going to court, Taurus, or somebody that you know might be. Maybe you don't feel prepared. You feel ill-prepared when it comes to this court situation. Some of you, maybe this is a mother going to court. Maybe you doubt that something is going to work out because it looks like you're worried about something. You feel blocked, or you possibly did block someone. Somebody is looking in on you, trying to gather information on you, Taurus. And this might not be cool, the way that they're going about doing this. Somebody is doing something in a very sneaky way. So this might be you protecting your information. So I do hear data breach. Maybe there's some information that could possibly be leaked if it's supposed to be confidential. Or this is you talking to somebody and somebody is running their mouth, gossiping about maybe something you said to them in private. You might be blocking someone before this week is over. It looks like you're upset with someone, or somebody is under the impression that you are. Maybe it's your mom or an auntie, an older sister. Yeah, because it definitely looks like there's a cold vibe between you and someone right now. If you're worried about a legal situation, Taurus or cross-watcher, I think you might be overthinking something. I think you're going to win this. There's some money that's supposed to come to you. It might be coming to you. It might kind of trickle in. Or some of you, maybe you get paid at the end of the week. Where you might be gifted some money. You might be lending someone money. Someone could possibly be asking you for a financial favor. Maybe this is some sort of cash bonus that maybe you might be getting at work. I think some of you could possibly be making some extra funds, maybe through a particular talent. Maybe some of you might be exploring your talent, and you might be realizing that you're underestimating your gift. I think something is going on with you financially, Taurus. This looks like this could be a job loss that some of you might be dealing with, or maybe some sort of sudden change with your money. I think you're having a hard time making ends meet. So yeah, I think you might be waiting for money, or someone that you know might be waiting for you to help them out. Looks like you're going someplace. Maybe you're leaving. You could possibly be spending some time in nature, or maybe you're trying to figure out how you can spend some time to get away, maybe going on a vacation. Seems like maybe you want to break the monotony of your situation. Spending a lot of time indoors. I think maybe some of you could possibly be breaking out your phone, maybe getting some navigation. You might want to have your phone charged and ready in case you're going someplace and you don't know exactly how to get there. Something might be going on with your tires. Maybe this is your air pressure. Maybe there's a need to change your tires. Or you see somebody stranded on the side of the road, and is there a situation with them? Yeah, their tires. Maybe there's something you need to handle in court, maybe regarding driving. Something is slowing you down. It seems like there's a particular goal that you have, and something is preventing you this week. And it looks like you're trying to figure out what you need in order to overcome it. And it seems like it's funds. Let's see what happens with your money. Because it seems like you're on like some sort of vicious cycle, a negative money cycle that you're trying to fix. So you're going to be making some financial decisions this week. Your guides are telling you be careful about overspending. You might want to be very strategic, very calculated about how you handle a financial situation, how you handle your money this week. I think your persistence is going to pay off with something that maybe you're trying to get some sort of breakthrough with. You guys are telling you consistency is what's going to turn your situation around. You might be entering the unknown, or maybe you're not sure about what's going to happen next. I think that's what I'm trying to figure out, what's going on with your money. Is there an improvement? I think there's going to be a chance to advance your situation. I think somebody is giving you a cash advance. Okay, so if this is you, you're short on money, or somebody in your life is. I think some help is going to come through. That's what this looks like to me. In the background of your situation, I see somebody that's envious of your success. Or Taurus, you possibly might be the envious one. Somebody might be playing around on the internet, trying to make it seem like maybe they have more than like somebody might be living beyond their means, but actually be in debt. It seems like it's that sort of thing. But there's somebody that maybe you're trusting when it comes to a financial matter, a money situation, and your guides are telling you be careful about that. Something about a financial situation is off. Spirit guides, what is this about? Yeah, this is somebody stealing money, stealing something from you, or somebody might be accusing you of stealing. So if this is like a stealing scenario, I see somebody going to court. There's somebody that's dishonest about a court situation. It seems like there's been some funds that have been mishandled, or flat out somebody just took something from you that doesn't belong to them. This could definitely be something that's going on spiritually. This envy situation might have something to do with spiritual work. And it seems like somebody might be trying to take something, again, that does not belong to them. Maybe not physically, but through spiritual means. This seems like maybe this is an eviction. Did you go through an eviction? Yeah, I think so. Possibly. There's some sort of something that might be coming through the mail. Maybe this is you waiting for a message or waiting for some feedback from the court. Maybe there's something that you're having to submit, or you're serving someone, like court paperwork. You're suing someone is what this looks like. Like there is some sort of lawsuit. Or you're concerned that somebody is. Okay, so if you are going to court, somebody might be trying to settle with you out of court. It seems like somebody had a lot of audacity trying to play you. And then all of a sudden they change their tune, and maybe they're trying to settle with you out of court. So maybe some of you could possibly be going to mediation. Maybe something might be handled there. Or someone tries to settle with you outside of court. But yeah, if this is someone trying to swindle someone, somebody gets exposed. Somebody might have thought they were going to get away with something, and they don't. This would also be the case if someone is trying to pull the wool over your eyes spiritually. They get exposed. If somebody is taking something, like somebody is stealing your work, this sort of thing. Stealing your work and taking credit for it. Somebody is exposed for this. Spirit comes in to expose someone for some sort of wrongdoing or discrimination. Somebody's a bully in your situation, Taurus. Someone could possibly be being bullied at school or at home. Yeah, somebody is trying to do something in private or in secret. It gets exposed, especially if this is someone doing dark magic on you. Not everybody has this dark magic situation, but someone does. And it seems like what somebody is trying to block is some sort of fame or recognition. Like even if this is, let's say you don't do something in the spotlight, it just seems like somebody feels like you get more attention than they do. So they're throwing a whole conniption over the fact that they feel like you get some sort of advantage. And so they're trying to stop something that you're doing. So he wants to control the narrative. Or they want to control something in your life so badly. The trap that they tried to lay out for you, Taurus, it ends up falling on them. This seems very similar to Cancer. So I think some of you might be dealing with a Cancerian. Or a Pisces. Yeah, I feel like something does get served. For some of you, it's not paperwork that gets served, it's justice that gets served. Whatever this problem is that you're worried about at the beginning of the week, there's some sort of solution that comes in. There's something that could possibly be solved. Maybe it's a financial situation that at the beginning of the week you're so concerned about. Ooh. How do I say this? Somebody is demonic or possessed. Somebody might need to exorcise those demons. I don't know. Maybe somebody's calling in an exorcist. It just seems like there's. I don't want to spend too much time talking about that. But yeah, something weird is going on in the background. Something supernatural. And it has something to do with this weird, odd energy in the background. Anyway, some of you, I think you're focused on parenthood. You're spending some time with your child, or this is you reconnecting with your inner child. You're spending time with people that you love the most, or you're kind of being selective about maybe who you are, deciding to deliberately spend time with. You might be having a difference of opinion with someone. You're on guard. If there's some sort of money matter that you need to deal with, Spirit is saying you might want to get on top of that. You might want to be proactive about whatever this is when it comes to a financial dispute, especially if we're talking about court, and especially if we're talking about responding to something as far as court is concerned. So if there's some sort of response that's required of you when it comes to a court situation, it's going to be important. Spirit guides, what is the one more thing? Because as I'm kind of wrapping up and I'm noticing some things in your reading, something I think you might be dehydrated. Spirit is saying drink water. Sorry, my chair just scraped against the leg of the table. What am I trying to say? Reach for some water. It seems like maybe you're reaching for something else, like a caffeinated beverage or whatever. Your body is screaming for more water. But I also, in your situation, see someone that may be suffering with alcohol addiction. Someone might be maybe a bit dishonest about maybe how out of hand an addiction has gotten. Or this is someone withholding information from you in some sort of way. I'm telling you, something about deception is going to be revealed. Especially somebody might know that you would benefit from having some information, but they're going to withhold this information from you, especially if we're talking about a court situation. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Taurus nation. Somebody is arriving. Maybe someone is traveling. Somebody might be arriving back. Advice is what we were talking about, right? Taurus. Got a lot of emotions that you're dealing with. You've hidden a lot. You've hidden a lot away. You pushed down a lot of emotions for the longest time. Maybe it was to protect somebody else. Maybe. Whatever this is, you're letting this, you're finding freedom with this. You're speaking your freedom. Whatever has held you back, you're setting it free. And it seems like spirit guides are saying the truth will set you free. So if this is, you've lied to protect someone or whatever, or to protect yourself, the truth needs to be spoken. So I feel that might happen in your situation. I think something has been holding you back, and I feel that there's something you might decide to speak freely about. They're saying it begins with you. There's a lot here having to do with the past, and maybe there's a situation you might be concerned about time and clocks. Maybe you feel like the clock is ticking. But either way, it feels like you're concerned about the past. Whatever was a past challenge for you, your spirit guides want you to know that you have the ability to turn this into a future strength for you. The past does not define you, but it seems like you've been carrying around the past for the longest. This is not ever meant to be a criticism, but it's something that I'm observing in the reading, and your guides are saying they want to free you of this. I think that there might be a chance for empathy in a situation. So there might be someone in your energy that might be a bit short-tempered, or maybe they're stressed out. Maybe somebody at work might be dealing with some emotional or personal issues. You might be tempted to respond in frustration, but your spirit guides are saying, you know what, maybe some empathy might go a long way, because you never know what someone is going through. It's not to say that you make excuses for people, but it seems like there's a situation like that where maybe you didn't know somebody was going through. It's not that everyone is obligated to tell every little nook and cranny of their life, but you get what I mean. Something like that might be playing out. Maybe you might decide to maybe not get frustrated in return. Maybe that might go a long way. Maybe you might connect with someone over something that maybe you didn't know about, that they were dealing with. With that, Taurus Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you so very much for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week, Taurus Nation. Peace out. I'll see you in the next one. dive in and let's see what's playing out for the Leo Nation over the next 7 days. Leo. Frustrated over some stuff. You feel like you've been going through some struggles. There's a Capricorn in your energy. You're going through some heartbreak. Maybe you feel like there's somebody in your energy that's toxic. And maybe you feel like it's necessary for you to break ties with this person. Maybe you already have. Maybe you're deliberately limiting your contact with someone. Yeah, I think you're not talking to someone. Maybe it's Virgo. Of course, I'm reading for a Leo. Never fails. Virgo's going to show up. I'm assuming you're going to show up, Leo, in the Virgo reading. That's usually how it goes. Maybe some of you are Leo Virgo cusp, or you're Leos dealing with Virgos. You got both of those signs in your natal chart and they're dominant. So maybe you are frustrated with someone. Maybe it's with the way that somebody is acting. The way, like maybe somebody is just very difficult to deal with. Maybe you might feel like this week you got your own problems. So maybe you might be kind of spending some time kind of figuring that situation out. I think your situation is getting ready to change, Leo. I think you might be focusing on what you might feel is an obstacle, and you might be feeling kind of discouraged about it. You guys are encouraging you to have a different perspective about how you're looking at things. Hidden. If this is a fear, I feel like you're confronting it. Virgo comes right back out. So I think you might be receiving communication from a Virgo, where there's a Virgo or an earth sign that wants to talk to you, a fire sign that wants to talk to you, a Libra that might want to have a conversation with you. And somebody might be having a conversation with you about somebody else. So maybe somebody might feel the need to vent because they're going through something. But somebody might be going through is a financial situation. And who might be going through that is you. You're going through an emotional situation, a financial situation. It seems like you're avoiding someone. And I was mentioning to you, there's something that you're avoiding that you might need to face. Or if I didn't say that, for so many signs at this point. So yeah, I think that there's something that you might have to face. Maybe you don't want to talk to somebody about something. Maybe it's too painful. Somebody's going through something if it's not you. Somebody might feel played. You are Leo. That's you. Grieving over something. Somebody is grieving over something in their situation. Somebody's going through a breakthrough. Okay. You're receiving a breakthrough. My mouth, I was trying to say breakup. Someone is going through a breakup, but Spirit wants me to reaffirm for you that you're receiving a breakthrough. Because that just came out of nowhere. Yeah, you are receiving a breakthrough. Spirit is putting somebody in your path to be a helping hand for you. Even if this is a word of encouragement, someone is giving you. You got Spirit working in your favor. You're about to receive some good news. And I think that's what you don't see about your situation. It seems like maybe you're a bit depressed or you're dealing with someone who's depressed. Sagittarius is on the scene. Cancerian just popped up. Something's going on at work. Maybe you're not getting along with someone at work. Or there's somebody at work that you just can't effing stand. And you're keeping your distance. You don't want to talk to them. Maybe it's this Cancerian. Or Cancer. Or Pisces. You had a new contract that's coming in. For some of you, that's the good news. For some of you, the good news is that maybe you're wanting to move. And now you're able to. Because something else is talking to you. There's a breakthrough. Some of you, maybe that's where the obstacle is. Maybe you want to move. Or you want some movement in your situation and you feel like it's not. It seems like you're very worried about the future. You're worried about what the future holds. but I do see a legal situation. And I guess how I'm going to put this is that somebody could possibly be worried about being deported. Some of you are experiencing some sort of discrimination in your situation. Yes, you're that person's shoulder to cry on in your situation. Something may have popped up in somebody's life. Somebody might be blindsided by something, or they have been. And you might be talking something through with someone. I guess that's what I'm saying. Somebody is either feeling very insecure about their situation, or they're just feeling very insecure in their relationship and they're having conflict. Either someone is involving you in the middle of their situation and they're venting to you about it, or this is just your energy with someone. Maybe this is with somebody at work, or this is in the past. And maybe you're making your exit from a situation, but it looks like this person might be showing up in your dreams. This might spark someone to maybe want to talk to you, want to have a conversation with you about maybe about the fact that they have been going through some conflict, or they don't want to have this conflict with you any longer. You had an argument with someone, it seems like somebody wants to settle this, but somebody feels like they're walking on eggshells. They don't know exactly what to say to maybe not make the situation worse. It looks like somebody wants to make it better, but it doesn't look like you trust this person. Even though you might love them, it just seems like something is chaotic between you and someone. Maybe somebody that you're dating, or maybe you're not sure if you're going to continue to date somebody. I think there's somebody that's overly curious about you. Yeah, the executive producer. You're an EP. Might be an EP acting like they're the CEO. I think that maybe there is an unfriendly environment where you work. Something about your work might be, again, it feels like somebody is concerned about getting sent home. Okay. Some of you are moving. I think Spirit is trying to open you up to some fresh opportunities, or maybe it's time for a new landscape in your life. I think some of you, you're realizing that maybe it's time to move. Maybe there's a legal situation that you're having to deal with. It seems like maybe this is a traffic ticket, or somebody else might be concerned about a legal situation. I wanted to call you Libra, but I'm well aware that I'm reading for Leo. But there is a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius in your situation. So let's see what's going on with your career. It seems like this is where you're going back and forth with someone. It seems like that's where the conflict is. It seems like that's where the deception is as well. That's where the greed is. It feels like it has something to do with a work situation, or this is going on with a child at school. There's a child that might want you to let your guard down, or vice versa, to have a conversation. But your intuition is tingling possibly about what's going on with a child or with someone. Somebody might be in a desperate situation. Somebody is in a bind, Leo, and maybe they don't know what to do. And maybe somebody this week might be acting a bit irrationally. And again, you might be someone to be that voice of reason for someone. I think it's someone struggling with an apology. Somebody might know that they've wronged you in some sort of way, but they're struggling with being real with you about that. So maybe this is you. It seems like somebody might need to be first when it comes to this. So maybe somebody might be going out on a limb to give this apology, or to start a conversation that might be difficult to start, because it seems like somebody might feel like it's not easy to have a conversation without things breaking out into a brawl. Hopefully it's not a brawl. Maybe this is just a back and forth that you're having with someone. But somebody might feel like it's difficult to just talk about things. Or somebody's just feeling very emotional. They might be on the verge of tears because of something that they're dealing with. Yeah, some sort of emotional situation is going on with someone in your energy. You might want to have your charger handy. I want to call you Taurus. This is Leo. You might need it. Put a tattletale in your situation. Somebody's running their mouth. It seems like there's a lot of gossip in your situation as well. Somebody can't wait to run and tell your business. Or this is somebody snitching, ratting somebody out. Random. Maybe there's a lot of vermin in your situation. Maybe you're seeing a lot of, I'm not trying to say stray animals. Maybe you live in a rural area where there's a lot of snakes, mice, whatever. What's that? Prey, predator. Somebody's very predatory in your situation. Be mindful of anything that you're signing. Make sure that something doesn't put one at an advantage and put the other one at a disadvantage. Somebody's trying to swindle somebody on the low. Don't let it be you. Clear. Hey, La Empress 4314. Thank you for being here. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week, Leo Nation and Cross Watchers. Thank you so very much for watching. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Peace out, Leo Nation. Virgo, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that's mentioned in this reading is going to be a direct match with what's going on in your situation. Please listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. If you'd like to read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personals. Details can be found on my website. Beginner and intermediate tarot classes. If you'd like me to teach you tarot, visit my website for more details. The class opens up on the 19th of April. Delicate topics are going to be discussed. Take it as a trigger warning. Somebody needs help in your situation. What's going on with Virgos? Spirit guides, show me Virgo Nation. What wants to come out? The High Priestess. The Fool, Aries. Some of you are dealing with someone from the Aries nation. Some of you, somebody's keeping silent. Definitely some secrets in your situation. I think somebody needs help, but I think somebody might be keeping silent about it. It could be a child that we're talking about. Your kid might need help, whether your child is an adult or they're a little kid. Might be a child that might need help in school. Might be a kid that might be struggling to comprehend the material. I think that there might be some silence between you and someone because there's some hurt feelings, especially a parent-child situation. I think maybe a parenting situation could have gotten kind of tense, could have gotten kind of difficult, and maybe somebody decided that maybe it wasn't for them, and they decided to maybe abandon a child. Somebody has a lot of regret maybe about the way that they handle the situation, especially a Leo, or your child could possibly be a Leo. Somebody is not over what happened, but I definitely feel like somebody wants to mend the situation. It starts with an apology. And surprisingly, somebody might be giving you that apology. Somebody might feel like it's too little too late, though. Virgo. Somebody might work in construction. Someone could possibly be an architect, a carpenter, a builder. Somebody might work in construction, might work with their hands. You're likely going to, somebody's proactive this week about maybe communicating with you. You said what happened, it paused. Not sure what happened. It might be the internet connection. It might be YouTube. I'm not sure. Hopefully I can fix it. after the fact when it reposts. There's a Taurus. Earth signs are dominating the scene in your reading. Yeah, somebody you used to talk to, used to have conversations with. It looks like maybe you're venting with someone. Someone might be receiving advice, asking for advice. Maybe someone could possibly be getting some bad advice. Spirit guys are saying, use your better judgment when it comes to whatever this advice is. Okay, what's going on here? Sagittarius is on the scene. So is Leo. You're moving because it definitely feels like you could be. Feels like some of you could be, but it also feels like Spirit is, I'm trying to say, somebody's trying to get you to circle the block. Like, Spirit is trying to get you to go back to something. Now, hear me clearly. When I'm saying Spirit wants you to go back to something, I'm not necessarily saying go back to a toxic situation. But I am saying that it looks like Spirit is putting it upon someone's conscience to go back to a situation to apologize or to repair a situation with a child, especially, or this is a co-parenting situation with somebody that's important to you. You're going back to something, and as difficult as it might be to kind of right your wrongs or someone to right their wrongs with you, it seems like there's a strong nudge to do so. You might view someone in your situation as manipulative or somebody that wants to have power, exert power over you to feed their own ego. You might feel like somebody has issues with ego in their situation. So if this was a third party, and for some of you it was, somebody might be making a final decision about who they want to be with, or the final decision is they've chosen themselves. They're not choosing to be with either one. Someone has maybe chosen to be single, so somebody could possibly be back on the scene and they're no longer with this other person. I think something about this relationship triggered your inner wounds. It triggered this abandonment issue that maybe you've been kind of recognizing that it exists, but maybe there hasn't really been any deep inner work to address it. Not a criticism. It's not meant to be a criticism, but Spirit is bringing it up in the reading, so this is why I'm saying it. Not to criticize anybody for their healing journey or the lack thereof, but it definitely feels like there's some suspicion. So if there is some sort of funny business to you trying to cover up something that they don't want you to know about because it benefits them to withhold this information from you. Somebody could possibly be hiding something from you out of pride, especially if we're talking about their feelings, or how hurt they are about the fact that maybe you don't talk to them anymore and you're completely ignoring them. Or a fire sign. If Virgo is here, Leo's here. Leo's definitely here, so this could definitely be a Leo that we're talking about. There's also an Aquarius. Virgo and Aquarius. So Virgo, maybe your interest is with an Aquarius. It seems like Spirit wants you to focus on your healing. Or this is you, once again, as I mentioned to you, you're healing a relationship with a child. So I think that there could possibly be a reconciliation, especially if this has been like a very drama-filled situation. There's been a lot of conflict, or you're coming off of a situation where there has been conflict. Maybe the conflict is within a co-parenting situation, where a child is caught in the middle of their parents bickering. Whatever this is, the point being is that yes, Spirit is putting it upon somebody's conscience to go and speak. Maybe this is the issue. Maybe there's a child that might feel like you're lecturing them, and maybe they don't want to hear it. I don't know. Or they feel like that's all a parent does is lecture. So maybe you're in school. Maybe there is an important lecture that you're taking notes on this week. Yeah, this seems like somebody likes to feel superior and entitled. There's a Pisces in your situation. Yep. You're giving someone advice, somebody's not listening. So again, this is up to you to kind of choose whether or not you're going to take this advice. Somebody might be making a last ditch effort. Someone might be making a final approach to fix a situation. Well, maybe they're hesitant to. It's to ease their conscience. Somebody's ready to ease their conscience of this situation. Their conscience is heavy. Somebody might be going through a heavy depression. Virgo. I wanted to say Taurus. Your issue with this person is consistency. You feel like they haven't been, especially if this is a co-parenting situation. I think this apology is actually coming through. I think that somebody might feel like this apology comes with manipulation, so they might be kind of reluctant to accept this apology. Whatever is hidden in your situation is being revealed. Spirit sees to it that the truth comes out about some things. Maybe you've been the seeker of this information. You're definitely going to find something or come across something that you were suspicious of that confirms your suspicion. I think some of you are very spiritual or you're on a spiritual path. I think your third eye is wide open. You could possibly be doing a lot of meditation, a lot of grounding this week. Maybe you might be going outside, doing some grounding exercises. You're receiving a lot of spiritual downloads. Spirit is definitely looking out for you when it comes to something that you're concerned about, especially a financial problem or an issue that might be going down at work. It looks like you might be concerned about material things. Spirit says they've got that covered. Your guardian angels are definitely coming through to help you with something that you're panicked about. Maybe this has something to do with a landlord situation. You could possibly be taking your landlord to court. Whether you're going through an eviction, a tax lien, a foreclosure, this sort of thing. Some of you, you're moving, maybe on a whim. There's a contract that comes in. This could possibly be about work. If you're concerned about whether or not someone's going to change, spirit guides are saying maybe that's what you're concerned about, that they're not. I was mentioning to you, your issue with someone is consistency. Maybe you feel like somebody is just not going to get it right this lifetime. So maybe you decided you're just going to heal on your own and focus on yourself. Some of you, maybe you become cynical about love, but it does look like for some of you, somebody new does come on the scene. Your love life may open up. Maybe you might decide whether or not you feel like you're emotionally ready to give another love relationship a chance. With that, Virgo Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Virgo Nation and Cross Watchers, for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one, Virgo Nation. Peace out. Thanks for watching. Libra, this is a general reading. This means that not everything mentioned here is going to be a perfect match in your situation. Take in what resonates, disregard which is obviously not your message. Please avoid making rash decisions based on a general. If you like a personal, my website is AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. I am offering personals as well as beginner and intermediate tarot classes. Visit my website for more details. Delicate topics will be discussed. Please take it as a trigger warning, and let's dive in. Libra, let's see what's going on for you over the next 7 days. You're cutting somebody off. You feel cut off, or this is you deciding you have no other recourse but to cut somebody off because they're too manipulative. You're tired of falling for the manipulation and games. You're tired of going through a situation over and over with someone. It seems like you're suspicious of somebody. The way that they're acting, what they're saying, maybe it doesn't add up. This would definitely be the case if we're talking about a contract, if this is real estate, you're signing on a dotted line about something, you're suspicious about something, spirit guides say you ought to be suspicious about something. You ought to be cautious about how you go about something if there's something that you're signing, and maybe you don't feel like you have all the minute details down You might want to figure something out, maybe get some legal advice before you put your signature there or commit to something that might be a bit bogus. Spirit guides say that's exactly the case. You're going to court. I feel like Libra, cross watcher. Somebody might be suspicious of your, I'm hearing testimony. Are you testifying? You're on trial. Somebody is trying to manipulate a situation, rig the situation to look a certain way, but something about this comes across extremely deceptive, Libra. There's some sort of injustice in your situation. Someone is pointing the finger at you, possibly accusing you of something. I think you're going to triumph over this. I think there's some sort of good news or a win that comes out of a legal situation for you. But I think whomever this is that you're taking to court might be a bit of a narcissist. Might be holding you hostage in some sort of way. Somebody might be in jail. Somebody might be trying to blind you to the truth or blind other people, manipulate other people, brainwash other people to believe something that's not the truth. Truth is going to be seen. Somebody's fake information is going to be thrown out. Especially even if this has something to do with a relationship, a romantic one, or a relationship somewhere in your life. King of Cups shows up on the scene. Water sign, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Before I just read for Virgo, this seems very similar to Virgo. You're having conflict with someone. I think you love someone, but at the same time, you can't stand them. You might be having a lot of mixed emotions about someone at this moment. You might have maybe you feel like you have a lot of people mad at you. You might feel like it's one against several in your situation. Maybe you feel like somebody's ganging up on you. Here is a Leo. Libra, you came up in the Leo reading. Here is now a Taurus, a Gemini. Someone could possibly be on the Taurus-Gemini cusp. It does look like you're hurting over a particular situation. Someone could possibly be going through a depression, especially if you're going through it with somebody. There's somebody you absolutely love, somebody you want to be with, but maybe you feel like you can't get along with this person. And so you're sad about it. You're scared to put your heart back out there again because of something that you've gone through. Some of you, maybe you have some a really good person in your life right now, but maybe because of your fear of what happened to you in the past, the fear that you're going to get hurt again, it has you putting a wall up with someone that really might be the right person for you. So right now it looks like you're taking some space from someone, or this is what Spirit is recommending, is to maybe back off the situation for them a while. Give this situation some breathing room so that you can think this situation through. I think somebody is maybe frustrated about the situation the way that it is because somebody is doubting whether or not somebody truly cares. Somebody might feel that someone is giving them the runaround. Now, this could be happening in any other area of your life. It doesn't have to be that it's a romantic situation. My mouth was going to say a legal situation. Some of you could be frustrated over a legal situation that has something to do with money. So somebody could definitely be giving you the runaround when it comes to your funds. Somebody's bad-mouthing you, spreading rumors about you, or this is your gripe with someone. Possibly this fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. So word gets back to somebody. Somebody has said something that's maybe not entirely true. Somebody could have been speaking out of their ego, maybe said some things that made themselves look good, but maybe put the other person down. Somebody may have gotten some gossip may have gotten back to someone, and somebody's feeling very hurt about it. Maybe this is a friend of yours. Somebody can't stop thinking about this situation. Somebody can't stop thinking about maybe some bad memories. Again, you're meeting somebody new. Somebody new, Spirit might be sending somebody new on the scene, but because you can't quite seem to get over the past, you might be missing out on the opportunity with a person that you're meant to be with. I don't want to say you're supposed to be with somebody. You have free will. Somebody is absolutely stubborn. Somebody's thinking about you. Their conscience, Spirit is putting it in front of their conscience, possibly a Cancerian, to come and fix the situation with you. But because of somebody's pride, they refuse to. Or they're going to drag their feet on this situation. Libra. There's a Scorpio. Spirit is definitely advising you to do your research, investigate something for yourself, fact check something for yourself. Something about a situation is misleading, or someone is blatantly being deceptive, but I heard disrespectful. Somebody's mouth is disrespectful and reckless. Unless you're telling somebody off, you might be. You might be so frustrated with someone, where this is coming off of, like I mentioned to you, a conflict, where maybe somebody said something really foul in the heat of an argument, and now they're feeling effed up about it. I don't know how much of that you didn't hear, Libra, but I was saying that there is someone that you don't trust, and you're right not to trust this person. Yes. Seems like somebody might not be feeling well in your situation. Definitely sense some depression. It might be difficult for somebody's definitely struggling with their mental health. It might be hard for somebody to kind of get out of bed. You might be seeing some red flags with someone's mental health, because it seems like somebody might be going through a health battle, or if not, it's their mental health that somebody might be struggling with around this period of time. Financially, you're going to figure something out. Maybe you feel that you made some bad choices when it came to your spending. Maybe you feel like you should have handled something when you had the money to handle it. I'm trying to say that somebody could have mishandled some money, or somebody's bad with money. There's a chance to turn the situation around. I think for a minute, money might be a little bit slow coming in, or you might be very concerned about debt. Maybe you borrowed some money that you feel like you kind of got in over your head, and maybe you feel like you can't pay this money back. I think your finances take a turn before the end of this next 7 days. Something that you're working on ends up paying off for you. Some of you, I feel like you're working out, you're going to the gym, getting back in the gym, whatever this is. It seems like you're focused on your health. Again, something that you're working on ends up paying off. So you could be doing some home decorating. There could be some construction to your home. So you're in real estate. Maybe you're flipping houses. I don't know. This is, bruh. Unless you live near where there's a lot of construction, a lot of ruckus. Maybe this could be kids horse playing. You're having a lot of kids over. Maybe it's a kid's birthday party. You have an Aries child, possibly. Yeah, you're about to figure out a financial situation. Something's definitely going to work in your favor, but it does look like you might have to start over. So you could be starting from scratch. Maybe you're leaving a situation, a romantic situation, and you're rebuilding. There's an Aquarius, there's a Sagittarius, just a Leo. There's a pile of cards that just fell out. You got the 10 of Swords, you got the 8 of Swords, the Empress is in reverse, with the 7 of Wands in reverse. Spirit just gave me a whole different storyline. Spirit guys, tell me more about this. Certain people you're going to be cutting off. Maybe it has something to do with these signs that I mentioned. Or maybe somebody feels very cut off from you. Maybe these are zodiac signs of people that have betrayed you or you feel betrayed by. But this is spirit guide saying, watch out when it comes to your social circle. There might be somebody that you might need to cut off for the sake of your peace of mind, for the sake of your serenity. There's somebody that you feel suspicious of, and I'm trying to tell you that you're right. So maybe for the sake of your own sanity, you might have to cut somebody off. Because spirit guides are saying that's the tower is beneath that. Something is absolutely necessary. There's something that you don't see. Where somebody's trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Like intentionally deceive you about something. You might be giving somebody the benefit of the doubt. You might actually think that somebody's being honest with you, and they're not. You might be concerned about work. So maybe you'd rather work solo. You'd rather work autonomously than work with other people. There might be people that are stealing your ideas. Or stealing your work, just blatantly stealing your work. Yeah, that's what I see. I see a promotion for some of you. So there could possibly be a promotion that could be coming up. Or some bonuses that could be coming up with work. Or an opportunity to increase your finances. That's what this is. Some of you could be gifted money, or you're maybe getting a different stream of income because of a particular gift that you have. Definitely, there's somebody, yep, spirit guides are saying, yes, there's a thief in your situation. Somebody definitely gets caught. There's somebody that thinks that they're going to get away with something. And it seems like something gets investigated and the truth about something ends up being exposed. There could definitely be an expose of something in this situation, is what this looks like. Somebody might have an issue with alcoholism or some other addiction that might get in the way of a relationship. Somebody could possibly be thinking about going into rehab. Or somebody could possibly be giving some deep thought to this. This might be someone that wants to do an intervention because someone feels like somebody's going down a dark road when it comes to their addiction. I don't know. This is not like rehab for addiction. This might be rehab for like somebody's injury. Maybe I'm trying to say somebody stubbed their toe. Broke their leg, maybe. Something might be going on with their lower extremities. Anyway, there's been some sort of mistreatment, whether this is spiritual mistreatment or we're talking about something legal. I feel like something's going to get overturned. If there's a third party, somebody is completely aware that a third party exists. This is you and someone is trying to drive a wedge between you and somebody that you think is a friend or a part of your social circle. Spirit guides are saying you're tempted to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but don't put yourself in a situation where you second guess your intuition, because your intuition caused you to think something. They're like telling you, think about this for a minute. Break this down. Does it make sense? Something doesn't. So spirit guides are telling you want to trust your intuition the first time. Don't put yourself in a position where you gave somebody the benefit of the doubt, but then they were a snake the whole time. You were right about it. And if that does turn out to be the situation, it's not the end of the world. But they're definitely saying if you have your doubts about something, you might want to look into it. You might want to fact check the situation for the truth. Whether this is a legal situation, trust and believe. Somebody's going to dissect, dig into a situation to find out what the truth is. Somebody can't get away with something like they think they can. Somebody has way too much ego. Or like my granddaddy used to say, somebody, how did he say it? Someone's too big for their britches. It seems like it's that situation where somebody is just like their ego is just way too puffed up. And somebody ends up taking the L in the end. Or somebody ends up getting their karma, I mean their lesson, a hard lesson in the end. But it ends up falling pretty hard. Got Libra. No, I didn't give you the advice. Holy Spirit, please, Holy Spirit, the advice for the Libra Nation for the next 7 days. Something that you're repeating. Maybe you're repeating something to yourself. Or this is Spirit guides telling you that consistency and repetition may ingrain something in you. Maybe if this is you trying to change your mental state with something, they're definitely saying repetition. Repetition can work for you. But it seems like your guides are telling you, what's on repeat in your mind? Is this resistance? Is it readiness? Is it fear? Is it focus? They're telling you that every thought and every word sets the pace with something that might be going on with your mind. It seems like the gears in your mind are turning. You're focused on something. You're committed to something. So whatever this is, it feels like you're able to see it through. And spirit guides are definitely telling you, go for it. Whatever this is, especially if we're talking about something positive. Like you're trying to reinforce something positive in your head. They're definitely saying, yes, do so. I think you might be underestimating yourself in a lot of different ways, Libra or cross-watcher. I think you could be very self-conscious, very hard on yourself, especially when it comes to your appearance. So maybe you might be relaxing a little bit, letting yourself be yourself and accepting yourself for your own perceived flaws, especially the physical ones. No one is perfect. Perfectionism doesn't exist. And that might be something that you're extremely fixated on. As my spirit is saying, chill out, relax. No one is perfect. You might be having tension with someone. Somebody might feel like you outshine them in some sort of way. Or this is someone's insecurities coming in and kind of taking over the show. Somebody might be a bit intimidated by the fact that maybe you do outshine them in some sort of way. You might be taking notice of that. Someone's envy. Libra Nation. It seems like you're holding on to something. What you're holding on to is what could have been. Like you're grieving over something that you wanted so badly. And you feel like it's never going to happen. At the same time, Spirit is telling me to tell you that there's something that you might need to release. Because it's time to. It's time to move forward. And whatever you're focused on is in the rearview mirror. Something going on with your driving. I don't know. Something on your driving record. Where there's a spirit say pay attention to what's going on the road. But yeah, spirit guides are saying focus on the now. Whatever happened in the past, you can take the lesson from it. The spirit guides are telling you that it already happened. Let it go. You guys want you to shift your focus. You're fixated on something. You're fixated on somebody's criticism or maybe your own. You guys want you to adjust your focus to something. They want you to shift your focus from whatever this is that you're ruminating on to something more productive. Because whatever this is that you're focused on or whatever this is that you're telling yourself, it seems like it's just coming in at a cost. Like it's a waste of time, but it's costing you in some other way, especially when it comes to your self-esteem. Or this is you being overly critical of someone. And it seems like it's tearing someone down. Somebody that you really do love, or maybe you do you're well-intentioned, but it seems like there might be a better way to approach a situation, is what Spirit is saying. With that, Libra Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. It's 333. Interesting. Have a blessed Sorry about that. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Libra Nation Cross Watchers, thank you so much for watching. Peace out. I'll see y'all next time. Gemini Nation, this is a general. Not everything mentioned in this reading is going to be a perfect match to what's going on in your situation. Listen, please, with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like a reading based on your own personal energy, take a look at the description where you can book a session on my website. My website happens to be AngelicAscensions.com. We're going to go over delicate topics. Gemini, take it as a trigger warning. If you'd like to get in on the tarot classes, they do begin on the 19th of April. If you'd like to book your session, and the class begins, like I said, on the 19th of April. My website is AngelicAscensions.com. We're beginning and intermediate classes. If you'd like me to teach you tarot, let's dive in and see what's playing out for the Gemini Nation over the next 7 days. Gemini. Some of you, I see a mutual love situation. Maybe you really do care for somebody. Somebody cares the same for you. This could be a brand new situation where you could be meeting someone that's on the same page as you, has the same goals as you. Some of you, maybe this was the case once upon a time. Maybe you feel like the best thing for you and this person to do is to go your separate ways and maybe remain friends. It doesn't feel like that changes your love for this person or their love for you. There's an Aquarius that shows up, possibly an Aquarius, Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo. Maybe some of you are Gemini, Taurus cusp, dealing with Aquarius. I see you moving on from something. You might be upset with someone for whatever reason, especially if you feel like someone has been, like you wanted to depend on someone and you just feel like they disappointed you, or you couldn't really depend on them, or they said some things that were just completely, maybe they criticized you in some sort of way, or you feel like they act in very insincere ways. They're being fake in some sort of way. I think that there might be a friend that might be thinking about you. This might be a friend that could be at a distance from you. I think you're feeling frustrated about something. So maybe this is a family situation. You're concerned about family, or there is some sort of separation for family. You're upset with family for some reason. I think some of you might be concerned about a home situation, your own home situation, or someone else's. If somebody's concerned about financial stability that they feel like they don't have, or they can't quite grasp and get a hold of a financial situation. It seems like somebody's worried about that. This might be a parent worried about what might be going on with a child or grandchildren. For some of you, there could be a death in the family, or there's someone that did pass away, and you're thinking about them heavily around this period of time. There's someone that you're not talking to. Definitely feels like there's someone that you don't trust, especially if somebody stepped down on you. Who may have stepped out on you is this fire sign, this Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius could be relevant in your situation. Or this earth sign that just popped on the scene, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. If you broke up with somebody, you separated yourself from somebody, I think somebody has too much pride to show you how hurt they are over the fact that you don't want to see them, talk to them anymore. Or this is just somebody's going through something. Maybe somebody did lose somebody. They lost someone that's important to them. And maybe they're grieving. And maybe they want to talk to you. Maybe you are their nurturer. Somebody that can make them feel better. But you're upset with this person at this time. And so they might feel like they wish things could be different. Because maybe they feel like they need you right now. Somebody feels like they made a mistake. when it comes to anything that you're doing, but specifically what comes to mind is taxes. There's some mistakes on paperwork. Someone could possibly be very distracted at work. So you could possibly be making some careless mistakes at work. Some of you could be concerned about job performance. It looks like there might be some cliques at work, some people that might be gathering in groups and gossiping. A lot of gossip in your situation, Gemini. A lot of cattiness in your situation. It's coming across a bit childish. Maybe this is how you view some people. Some of you could possibly be visiting a psychic. Maybe you're getting your cards read, or you're trying to get some information about how to get unstuck in your situation. Your guides, Gemini or Cross Watcher, are guiding you to trust your own intuition above anyone else's. Trust what your gut is telling you about certain situations the first time. You're suspicious of someone. Are you injured? I hope that no one is in a physically abusive type of situation. Or some of you, maybe you grew up in a physically, what am I trying to say? You grew up where there was physical abuse. Need some insurance? Because I hear it clearly. We are farmers. I don't know if everybody has farmers insurance, if that is a nationwide thing. Nationwide, that's another insurance. So I think somebody might need insurance for something, especially if we're talking about auto insurance. Somebody's name could possibly be Rachel, Devin, Laura, or Ann. Yeah. Something regarding court is going to be relevant in your situation. If you're going to court, this has something to do with finances. Child support, possibly. This could be child custody. Or somebody is looking at somebody's, like somebody is measuring somebody's fitness to be a parent. Like somebody is feeling like somebody is unfit to be a parent because of a financial situation. So you could possibly be like somebody's judging somebody for their situation. Okay, is what this looks like. Like somebody on the outside looking in. It might be somebody that doesn't know all the ins and outs of your life, but might be judging you based on whatever they think. Some of you are performers, you're dancers, musicians, entertainers, actors. You do something on social media, you get the point. Some of you, it seems like maybe you want some time away from work, but you might feel like you're just I'm like a slave to your work right now. You got somebody spying on you, eavesdropping on you. What the heck is this, Gemini? Bear with me. We're going to chisel through this to see what's going on. Somebody's watching you at work. Some of you could possibly be going through mediation. I see a child that could be relevant. Some of you, maybe this is a co-parenting situation. You might decide to coexist for the sake of a child. Whatever this is with court, I think you got some good news coming in for some of you Geminis when it comes to court. Maybe you're getting your car detailed. Maybe some of you are looking into getting a new vehicle. Gemini, some of you read tarot. I did mention some of you are going through going to a psychic. Going through a psychic? That's interesting. Maybe you're going from one psychic to the next. Like you're just, maybe, like I said, that's what brings you to tarot. Maybe you just watch several readers. You're just binge watching tarot. Whatever this is that you're worried about, there's some sort of challenge in your situation. Spirit is saying that they want you to keep going. Persevere when it comes to whatever this is. You're going to find a resolution to something. Now, it does look like somebody is sending you on a wild goose chase. I almost want to say somebody is sending some stuff to trip you up, okay? Like to bring some unnecessary hurdles in your life. So I'll say this. There's something that should be very simple to do. But because somebody wants to make something incredibly difficult for you, you might have to jump through some hoops to get to your end goal. But your guides are saying, do it. Somebody thinks something is funny, unless somebody thinks it's you. Maybe you're a whole comedian out here, Gemini, or crosswatcher. Somebody might think that you're funny. You have a really good sense of humor. But I also feel like somebody could be laughing at your pain. I don't want to say this stuff, but I'm going to read what the reading is showing me. Even if I don't like what I see, but I definitely see that somebody might be trying to lay out a trap for you. Somebody's trying to trick you into believing something, which I don't think is going to fly in your situation. You're way too intuitive. But if you sense that somebody is doing something like that to you or to somebody else, or you're witnessing this, don't sidestep your intuition because it's right. Your gut feeling about somebody, it's not off. Your guardian angels are definitely coming through, putting someone in your path that's giving you spiritual guidance. Your angels are definitely protecting you from harm, because it looks like that's someone's intention, like as I mentioned to you, to trap you. Since we're talking about a legal situation, and where there could be some obstacles, where there could be some accusations here, be careful about what you say. You might want to get legal advice before you go yapping. That's where it feels like somebody is trying to trap you, is to get you to talk. When you're better off, what am I hearing? Fifth Amendment, like exercising your Fifth Amendment rights, your right to silence, your right to not speaking unless your attorney is present. It just seems like there's something like this, something legal. Maybe this has something to do with law enforcement. I'm not sure exactly what this is. It seems like it might be different for it's going to land differently for everyone. It's a general reading, but that's what this looks like to me. So I was mentioning to you, you've got someone in your situation that's misleading you or putting misleading information out there about you, or vice versa, or possibly something that you're witnessing. It could be online. I was mentioning to you, somebody's trying to make something incredibly difficult for you when it doesn't have to be. They're making you jump through hoops and hurdles to get to something when it's unnecessary. Or they're throwing a lot of negativity your way. People are going to reap what they've sown. Whomever this is, doing this wrongdoing, this injustice against you, they're going to get their karma. I see conflict. You might be having conflict with someone. You might be having your day in court with this person. There's some discrimination in your situation, possibly because of finances, like somebody's financial class, socioeconomic class. You got some, maybe somebody's bullying someone in their class. I see a bully. I see somebody getting pushed around. If someone's not getting pushed around, like with teasing and gossip and this sort of thing, anything resembling anything like that, somebody's trying to push you around, bulldoze you spiritually. Whatever this is, where someone is lying, especially in court, where somebody's lying to you, somebody's able to detect the truth. If this is a court situation, I see somebody kind of putting their evidence together, building their case to prosecute someone, or to state their case in a situation, even if this is not in the court of law, and somebody's catching you in a lie, and they feel like you're being dishonest about something. Somebody's gonna go to certain lengths to find out the truth, even if this means going to a reader about you, or I don't know, going to court. I don't know, but whatever this is in the background of your situation, the point that I'm trying to make is somebody might be trying to work against you, or somebody might feel like you're the rat in the situation. I see someone coming in trying to reconcile with you. And whatever this is that's going on spiritually, spirit guides are saying, defend yourself, Gemini. You don't have to let somebody bully you around. Now, when I say defend yourself, we're not necessarily saying put hands. Not here to condone violence, but I am saying the spirit is saying defend yourself. This could definitely be in court. This could be you, your word against somebody else's. You being intimidated because somebody is taking you to court and you feel like this person is a beast or this company is a beast, and you feel like you have like you can't contend because they have more money or influence and you feel like you don't. Whatever this happens to be, something is getting resolved, and it's getting resolved this week. Or you're getting word about something, communication about this week. Wherever you feel like you don't have the money that you need and you're depressed about it, I see someone coming in to help you with something. Spirit might be sending someone in, especially if you feel trapped in a financial situation. Spirit sends help. Somebody doesn't want you to speak, Gemini. It's like somebody's oppressing you. Somebody wants you to keep silent about something. And they don't want you to say something. Or somebody's trying to keep a witness. I hear witness tampering. Whose reading is this? This is probably not a majority. Like this might be like a very small few of you that this might resonate with. Especially the minute details of this legal situation. But I will tell you, something has you very pissed off. Once you see the truth about something, or this is you seeing that somebody's trying to pull the wool over your brainwash, manipulate somebody, whether it's you or somebody else, it has you pissed off. Be mindful of someone online disguising who they are, or if this is somebody doing spiritual work against you, they're going to try to cloak their identity, but I think you already know who this is, Gemini. You're very intuitive. You have a strong feeling. You got a hunch about something. Trust your hunches. You got a blessing coming in. For some of you, this is a baby. For some of you, this is a blessing that maybe you've been waiting for. Your guides are telling you, lay out your strategy, prepare your strategy. This is what's going to get you the W in the end. Some of you, maybe you are smokers. Maybe you're deciding to look into smoking cessation. And I feel like right now, maybe there's a financial situation because you're not feeling well. So maybe an illness could possibly be affecting your finances. Somebody's in jail, facing jail time, or worried that maybe they might get some time. I think you're going to see your day in court with someone, Gemini, or somebody else around you is going through something like this. Not saying you ought to gamble, Gemini, but I am saying that there might be some winnings. Maybe you might be getting a scratcher or whatever, and it seems like your luck is about to change. Maybe you feel like you had a string of bad luck, and now it definitely feels like your spirit guides come on the scene to turn a situation around for you. Something that was meant for bad turns around for your good. Somebody that thought they had the last laugh in the situation, Gemini or cross-watcher, tables, they turn. And that's what they're doing in this situation. It's turning around. Something is turning in your favor. Or maybe you felt like you were at a disadvantage, or you felt like you were the underdog in a situation. Something turned around. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Gemini nation for the next 7 days. Your guys are talking to you about releasing some things. This could be your emotions. It could be your expectations, or your expectations to an outcome. You might be fixated on an outcome. Whatever this is, your guys are saying surrender, let go, go with the flow. Be ready for things to be ready to be flexible and ready to adapt to some changes that might be coming through. Gemini, a cross watcher. There's a lot going on in your dreams. You might be envisioning something, imagining something, or something definitely comes across in your dreams, something that you may end up waking up and remembering. But it definitely feels like someone is trying to block your dreams or send attack dreams to you. You're going to be making some steady progress. And it doesn't matter who's mad at that, who doesn't want to see you succeed, or who doesn't want to see you progress and move forward. You're about to celebrate a blessing. Your guys are saying, be patient. Know that patience is your ally this week, and celebrate every step forward, even if it's small, even if it seems minor. They're saying at least there's some progress in your situation. Or if this is you wanting to make progress and you feel like you're limited or you can't because of your circumstances, even if you're making a small step towards your goals, little by little, your guides are saying you're going to get there. If you feel like you're not on the right track, Spirit is redirecting your steps to put you on the right track. So again, if things don't go according to plan, it's not the end of the world. Spirit might be redirecting you. You might be going the complete wrong direction and you don't see it. The Spirit might be providing a course correction for you. So again, be open, be ready for flexibility and change. Be ready for planning. The Spirit guides are telling you to put a plan of action together. If there's something that you really see yourself being or doing, your guides are telling you, you have the ability to manifest this. You have the ability to turn your thoughts into action and to make your goals a reality. But it starts with you and what you do with these 24 hours in a day. Be mindful of people overhearing what you're saying. You got some eavesdropping going on in the background. Or this is you, possibly, maybe there's some people you might feel like you need to tune out. Or you wish that somebody would tune out. Such as somebody's all up in your social media, all up on your YouTube channel, and you wish this person will go find a hobby. It's that sort of thing. I think there's somebody that you're extremely irritated with, especially at work or on social media. You can't stand this person, but they just continue to hover over whatever you're doing. Your guides are telling you commit to the journey. It seems like your determination is going to go a long way. And so whatever this is, you're giving your steadfast focus to, it seems like it's going to bring a lasting reward to you. There might be a situation, Gemini or cross watcher, that you might have to kind of read between the lines. It might be what someone is not saying or what someone is deliberately omitting from the story that might kind of tip you off. Maybe this is Spirit's way of saying maybe it's necessary for you to listen deeply. Sometimes the truth is going to be revealed. Like I said, it's in what someone is not saying, or it's you reading between the lines to hear what somebody really means. That's my way of saying, somebody might not be very direct, but you'll be able to pick something up. If that is a scenario that comes up, you're not overthinking. It's because you're right. With that, Gemini Nation of Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you so much, Gemini and Nation and Cross Watchers, for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, and productive week. Peace out. I'll see you in the next one. This is a general reading. This means that not everything mentioned here is going to be a perfect match. It's a general. It's not a personal reading. If you'd like a personal reading, though, my website happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. As well, I'm offering intermediate and beginner tarot classes. If you'd like me to teach you tarot, my website will give you the details on how to get your seat for the tarot classes that are upcoming. You might want to go ahead and get your seat early, secure your spot early. Again, the information, it will be in the description below when this video posts, and it's also available on my website. Once again, AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. We're going to go over some delicate topics, Scorpio, take that as a trigger warning, and let's dive into this. Let's get into it, Scorpio. What's going on for you over the next 7 days? What's going on for you or somebody around you? Well, it looks like spirit guides are saying you're at a standstill. Something has come to a grinding halt between you and someone. Or maybe there's a circumstance in your life that you feel like you can't do anything about. I think that there's a situation where there's mistrust. Maybe this is at work, because it definitely feels like that's where there's an issue for some of you. It's with someone that you work with. Or as a friend. If you want to work it out with a friend, I almost want to call you Gemini. I think you had a Gemini cross watcher, or some of you have Gemini placements. You might be coming across a Gemini this week. There's a Gemini that's very curious about you, especially if you do something online, Scorpio. Maybe what came to a halt is your money. Yeah, you might be around someone that you feel is insensitive, or somebody might feel this way about you, Scorpio. Somebody's withholding some information about you. You're able to detect it real quick. Okay, so somebody is keeping some information from you because it benefits them to keep that information from you. It benefits them in some sort of way and puts you at a disadvantage. You're not wrong if you sense that. Again, it's a general reading, but it's somebody's confirmation. There's something that you really want, something that's your true heart's desire. It feels like it comes through for you. There is a love scenario where maybe you left a situation feeling rejected, or somebody feels rejected by you. There's a situation that may come back around. Maybe you're not getting along with this person, or maybe this is somebody that deserted you in your time of need, or deserted a child. And so maybe this is why you've decided you don't want to deal with this person. Maybe you feel alienated, or they feel this way from the energy coming off of you, maybe because of your body language. Some of you Scorpios, you're very good with animals. You have a very gentle disposition when it comes to animals or children. You come across as very gentle, a very gentle, loving soul. I think that there's somebody that you lost, or you're dealing with someone that has that has that disposition. I think there's someone that you lost. It may be a person. It could definitely be a pet. But I think that there's someone that you're thinking of heavily. Whether this person has passed, or they're no longer in your life due to the fact that they left, they moved away, or again, there's this issue with abandonment. Or maybe somebody's in jail. Maybe you don't have access to this person. I don't know. But there's definitely some secrets in your situation which are being exposed this week. Scorpio. So tempted to call you Gemini. I have to pace myself and remember that I know that I'm speaking to Scorpio, but I keep hearing other zodiac signs as I'm speaking. Somebody wants you to hush, Scorpio, or somebody might want somebody else to keep quiet about some secrets. Maybe it's your kid. Maybe you want your kid to hush. Maybe you might feel like they talk too much. There's someone very nosy in your situation. They're trying to get some information. If they can't get this information from you, somebody is sneaky, and they might go and get this information from a kid. Maybe you have a very talkative kid, a very outgoing child. So maybe you might be having a conversation with them about privacy. You're going in the right direction. Maybe this is you. Maybe you might feel like you're a little bit off track, especially maybe when you're driving. Maybe you're going a certain way. You might get a little bit turned around. You might want to kind of plan ahead for some place that you're going. You might need to get someplace on time where punctuality matters, and the fact that maybe there might be construction, or there might be, what am I trying to say, something, some sort of obstruction in the road, or you're going in the wrong direction. You might want to leave a little bit earlier to allow for any sort of mishaps that might come up when maybe you're having to get someplace on time. Because it definitely looks like you're traveling, you're going somewhere, but you're going somewhere with a purpose. For some of you, this has something to do with a career goal. I think that there's a goal that you're going to reach, and maybe this has something to do with you being redirected so that you can go in the right direction. There's somebody that's, I think, is annoying you at work, Scorpio. Or there's a thought that's annoying you while you're at work, and it's becoming a distraction for you. Yeah, I think things are going to go in the right direction for you, but for a minute you might feel a little bit lost, or you might feel like somebody is giving you the runaround. There's an Aries that just showed up in your reading. Someone from the Aries nation, someone from the Cancer nation shows up. I think you might be having conflict with someone. You might be connecting with a passed on loved one. Maybe there's someone who passed away. Someone who died of cancer or died from a disease that was, yeah, no, that's what it is. I'm definitely picking up a breathing issue, but no doubt I'm picking up somebody passed of cancer. Maybe this is lung cancer. This might be the anniversary of someone's passing. Definitely picking up a drinking and driving situation. Please don't drink and drive. I think there's somebody that drinks a lot, Scorpio, and you might be concerned about somebody's drinking. Especially when they're behind the road, they're behind the wheel of a car. Yeah. Just don't. Please just, I'm trying to tell you, don't, that's a mistake you don't want to make. Because, yeah. There's that. Spirit guys, show me what's going on with Scorpio. Maybe somebody has a DUI. Scorpio. There's somebody you want to go back to. There's somebody that's thinking heavily about you. There is some things that maybe you might be overhearing about this person. Maybe this person is asking some things about you. I don't know. Maybe this is at work. Maybe there's some rumors that you're hearing about. You might possibly be amongst the gossipers, Scorpio. Maybe this is something that you're seeing online. Spirit, what's going on with Scorpio? Hey, Janie Montgomery. Seems like there's a lot going on in your inbox. Maybe your inbox is full. Yeah, they did. Maybe you're frustrated, trying to sift through your inbox. Maybe to get some things done. You might be calling IT. Maybe somebody that is very tech savvy in your situation that might help you figure out something that might be going on with tech. Maybe some of you are addicted to coffee. It seems like you're very nocturnal. Maybe it's difficult for you to keep your eyes open, but I think maybe you do have coffee addiction. You drop your phone, Scorpio. Maybe that's why somebody hasn't gotten in touch with you in a while. Maybe their phone is messed up. Or maybe somebody's service, I don't know, is off on their phone. But yeah, I see that. So I said somebody wants to come back to you. I think there might be communication from this person, somebody that you can't seem to settle an issue with. It seems like something keeps coming up over and over and over again. Like you keep fighting about the same thing over and over with this person. Or somebody is just over it. They're like, oh my God, you're fighting with this person again? Somebody might be like a bit annoyed at the fact that maybe they're having to referee arguments or this sort of thing, or they feel like they're caught in the middle of somebody's arguing, is what this looks like. Or somebody's tired of having to keep somebody else's secret. So I definitely feel like secrets are exposed, and I think somebody might be saying something. Somebody might be a bit of a tattletale this week. I think some of you might have a psychic gift. Some of you could possibly be visiting a psychic to maybe see to kind of get some foresight into your situation. Some of you Scorpios have a pending legal situation. I hope that this doesn't have anything to do with what I mentioned before, where there is a drunk driving situation. But I do feel that somebody is a heavy drinker, and I think somebody might be concerned about somebody's drinking consumption. And it might be you. If this is you and you've got this addiction that you're struggling with, maybe this is you kind of seeing the truth of it. Or maybe you see the truth of it and maybe somebody is denying it. They're going to deny the fact that they have an addiction. So you might be concerned about what's going on with a child and their schooling. Or this is you're in school. Maybe you're having a hard time in understanding or grasping material connected to your instructor. You don't like your teacher, this sort of thing. Something like that. You're struggling with math is what this looks like. Or there's a kid that might need tutoring. Somebody might have like they learn differently. They learn at a different pace. Yeah, there's a court situation that it's still pending, it looks like. Some of you, you're battling something out in court. It's your word against somebody else's. The truth is definitely going to be seen about a court situation. Somebody is going about something in a very deceptive way, lying their way through something. It seems like somebody might have a lot to lose. So if this is you possibly going to court thinking that you're going to get away with something, or somebody has stolen something from you, something's going to be returned to the rightful owner, is what this looks like. Justice will be served in this situation. Or some of you, what you're going to court for is an abusive relationship. Somebody is being labeled an abuser. Maybe somebody turns into somebody completely unrecognizable when they've had too much to drink. Somebody feels like you're not giving them the time of day, Scorpio. They feel like you've moved on. And I think that you might feel like that's the right thing to do. And to be honest, it seems like spirit guides are saying, yeah, you need to cut that person off. You need to cut them off. Somebody was no good for you. Or this is you cutting somebody off, realizing that this person is just not ready to change. So maybe you came to that stark reality and maybe your confidence is beginning to return. That somebody is seeing the transformation in you, Scorpio. Or the change in a child. And I think that somebody is thinking about you. I think that somebody that you could be around, or that maybe you have your child or children around, is fake. Somebody might have a bad agenda. Trust your gut feeling about you, about somebody who is about you. Somebody might feel like you're the one with the bad agenda. But yeah, I will tell you that something is concealed. And I will tell you that spirit is revealing something to you. Revealing something about someone who is deceptive or trying to take advantage of a situation. Or this is revealing a person to you and their intentions. It seems like you're skeptical of someone. Maybe somebody is staying in bed because they're not really feeling that great. I don't know if somebody is like in a convalescent home. Some of you maybe work in healthcare, possibly. You might be visiting someone who is in the hospital. Somebody's going through a health struggle is what this looks like. I gotta be real with you. But I'm gonna preface what I'm about to say, because what I'm about to say is pretty intense. But I can't leave it out of the reading, because if it's here, I have to talk about it. But I don't want whoever hears it to panic and assume that I'm talking about them, because I'm probably not. But I said that to say this. For some of you, there's a health issue that you got to look into, because it looks like something could possibly be pretty serious. Hear me once again when I say it. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back, because I know you didn't hear me, or you're going to act like you didn't. So, because you're too busy panicking. This isn't for everybody. This is someone's story, possibly one person's story. And Spirit sent you here for you to hear that, you in particular. But yeah, you might want to take care of this, especially if this is somebody that's noticing that a health issue isn't clearing up, or that something's not getting better. Maybe it's not, for some of you, it's not that serious. Maybe somebody has a cold and they're not really getting better, like with some home remedies or something like that. But for others of you, something is way deeper than that. And here is your sign to go and get help with that. You might not want to sit on this, whatever this is. Something might require surgery. Early intervention is better. Or if we're talking about an addiction, you heard the message. You might want to look into that, nip something in the bud before something gets out of control. Chances are this already happened. Now, this is you concerned about a child's behavior. There might be a parent that might be coming down on a child and nipping something in the bud right now. Okay? But that's what I see. Yeah, because it definitely feels like there's something going on with parent and child, especially if this is a parent that feels like they missed out on a child's life, or they're ignoring their child's other parent. But maybe they want to see their child, but they're having to get in touch with the parent of their child in order to see this child, but they're ignoring the parent. You get what I'm trying to say? You have conflict with your child's other parent. Or if it's not your child's other parent, this is a family member. Take it however it genuinely resonates. An Aquarius popped in on the scene. When I heard popped in on the conversation, someone might be, you know how they said back in the day, this is an ABC conversation, an AB conversation, so see your way out of it. Somebody might be meddling in a conversation or interjecting, giving their 2 cents. 3 cents. They're 2 cents in a situation. The number 3 is relevant in your situation. Maybe you have 3 children. Maybe one of your children is a Gemini. Maybe that's who this Page of Swords is. Maybe it's a Gemini. Libra or Aquarius. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Scorpio nation for the next 7 days. Let me put it out there. I'm doing paid live after this. So if you'd like to get a personal reading with me while I'm on YouTube live, follow me to the next live stream. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Scorpio nation for the next 7 days. You're very creative. Your guides are definitely telling you to dive into your creativity. Or this is you opening your mind and deciding to think differently about a situation. This might help you to see things from a different perspective and find a creative or different way to handle a situation. You might be kind of fixed. You are a fixed sign, Scorpio. Maybe you might be so fixed on how to do something, but spirit guides are saying maybe it's best to find a different way, or to think things through, think differently, find a new way to resolve an old issue or a recurring issue. Again, you're getting back to your creative side. Maybe some of you write music, you write poetry, you draw, I'm not sure, but you're getting back to it. There's something that you do, maybe on the side, or that you're gifted at. Spirit saying you might want to look into that again. Or this is you discovering what your gifts are. Your guides are clearing a path for you. Things have been blocked. Whatever information you didn't know, or wherever in your life there was a blind spot, revelation's coming. You're able to see a situation clearly. You're able to gain clarity, and now you know how to navigate a situation that maybe was confusing you before, or you felt like you didn't know what the resolution was, and now you do. This is contingent upon you staying grounded in a circumstance where you feel like situations are beyond your control. Your guides are letting you know that you may not have control over every turn and every nook and cranny of your life this week. Maybe you're dealing with someone who could be a bit controlling, and maybe that's what your gripe is with someone. But your spirit guides are saying what you do have control over is yourself. The way that you see a situation, the way that you handle a situation is well within your own control. So your spirit guides are saying focus on yourself. Maybe you might be very focused outwardly, but it seems like spirit is saying to return the focus to you, not in a selfish way, but in a very self-aware, a way that makes you very self-aware. Not in a very critical way, but again, where you kind of see where you're going wrong, or you see your part that you're playing in a situation. Your guides want you to see that. They want you to see yourself. Where are you blocking yourself? Where are you, again, pigeonholing yourself when your guides are saying they want you to have freedom from something that's holding you back? Something this week might bring you a lot of heartache, or this is somebody around you that's going through that. There's going to be brighter days ahead. With whatever this happens to be, whatever this is that has you feeling sad. Some of you could be moving. Maybe you're freed from a lease, or you're freed from a situation that was binding you, especially if this is a stronghold, or this is some sort of pattern, an unhealthy pattern that you're ready to break. Your guides are coming in to help you find new paths. They're helping you to do some research, to explore some solutions to your situation. You guys are telling you they want you to stay open-minded. They've got some ideas that they're going to be giving you, some fresh new ideas, some creative solutions, just like we talked about. Somebody in your situation, is this right to say that somebody is two-faced? Maybe not. Maybe in some instances that's your confirmation, but people have different facets of their personality. Maybe you're used to seeing someone in one facet of their personality. Maybe you might see some nuances in their personality. I'm not sure what this is, but whatever this is, there's a lot going on within yourself. Your spirit guides are letting you know that they want you to find balance within yourself, or this is you finding balance amongst chaos. And when I'm saying chaos, I'm using the word loosely. Maybe I can replace the word chaos with maybe things that are beyond your control. That's the point. Things may not be. So your guides are saying you might have to recalibrate and find balance in situations that are unfamiliar to you. You guys want you to explore your options. They want you to expand your horizons. Again, this harkens back to you being a fixed sign. And this is just me making a generalization. Not everyone is the same. But again, your guides want you to expand your horizons. They want you to think outside of the box. And they definitely want you to seek the truth. Especially if this is you feeling like you need to go back and fact check this situation. As long as you're not obsessing over something though at the same time. It depends on what this is. Again, it's a general reading. But yeah, all that aside, they're letting you know that things are going to get better. Or this is somebody's health and you're worried about someone's health. Chances are somebody's going to get better. You're going to come out of something. There's going to be some sort of improvement, especially a financial improvement. With that, Scorpio Nation and Cross Watchers and everyone watching, thank you so very much for tuning into All Signs. Have a blessed one. I'll see y'all in the next video. Follow me to the next live stream if you'd like to get a personal reading with me on YouTube Live. I'll see you there.